to secure a warrant to wiretap Trump campaign advisor Carter Page. So while this is Danchenko on trial, much of Durham's focus overall has been on problems within the FBI.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff in Washington. Authorities in Florida make a huge fentanyl drug bust.
With connections to drug cartels in Mexico, FDLE agents arrested 24 people and are looking for an additional suspect. Investigators seized 15,000 fentanyl pills and more than 380 pounds of other drugs. Authorities say the ringleader was a Florida prison inmate who gave instructions to gang members on the outside to traffic drugs and weapons through a complex criminal network.
Fox's Jonathan Seri. The White House continues to take credit for lowering gas prices from the highs this summer to today's average of $3.88 a gallon. Council of Economic Advisors member Jared Bernstein says Americans should be happy about it.
They tell you they feel pretty good about that, and I think it's unequivocal that the president's fingerprints are on that decline, in part because of the release of oil from the reserves.
But House Minority Whip Congressman Steve Scalise with a different take.
They're talking, bragging as if gas prices are lower. Gas prices are about 60% higher today than when Joe Biden took office, and he shut off American energy production.
Both men on Fox News Sunday. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Day. I'm Bishop Mendiola, and I'm running for senator to promote lower cost of living, increase our food security, and ignite new economic sector development. I will put to work my fresh ideas, my experience as a small business owner to create legislation that removes the red tape on our economic growth. I want to pave the way to a prosperous, wealthy, and self-sustainable island community. I'm Bishop Mendiola, number 13 on the Republican ballot, and I approve this message.
An arrest has been made in connection to multiple murders in Northern California. Fox's Matt Napolitano reports.
Stockton police Saturday announcing the arrest of 43-year-old Wesley Brown Lee in connection to 6 murders and another shooting across Stockton and Oakland, found wearing dark clothing and a mask at the time.
He was also armed with a firearm when he was taken into custody. We are sure we stopped another killing.
Stockton Police Chief Stanley McFadden says the arrest was made possible thanks to tips from the community at large. Authorities say Brown Lee has lived in Stockton on and off. He's believed to be the person of interest captured on video from shooting scenes and is currently the sole suspect at this time. It's unclear if the gun police found Brown Lee with on Saturday is linked to all 7 shootings. Matt Napolitano, Fox News.
A Good Samaritan makes a shocking discovery on a Florida beach.
The package with nearly 11 pounds of cocaine washed up in Daytona Beach. U.S. Customs and Border Protection says the person who found the stash alerted authorities who recovered the drugs. A photo posted on social media shows the tightly wrapped white powder in a torn dark plastic bag. Officials estimate the cocaine has a street value of over $150,000. In 2019, Vero Beach lifeguards found a brick of cocaine with an estimated value of $35,000. 2 years earlier, there was a similar discovery in Melbourne Beach, valued at $50,000. Richard Jordan, Fox News.
Italy's far-right political leadership today marked the 79th anniversary of the World War II roundup of Rome's Jews, with calls for such horror to never occur again. The messages took on greater significance following a national election won by a party with neo-fascist roots. Giorgia Meloni, who's expected to head Italy's first far-right-led government since the war's end, phoned the leader of Rome's Jewish community to commemorate the anniversary. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News.
Guam Regional Medical City is the center of excellence for general and minimally invasive surgeries like colonoscopy, dialysis and vascular access, gallbladder, skin and soft tissue, gastrointestinal tract, hernia repair, spleen, select liver and pancreas diseases, upper endoscopy, and more. Schedule your appointment with GRMC today by calling 671-633-GRMC. GRMC at 671-633-4762. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu.
Take your business to new heights with the United Business Credit Card. Earn 30,000 bonus miles after spending $3,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Plus, earn 3 times the miles per $1 spent on United tickets through United until April 30th, 2023, and 2 times the miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com United Business for more information and to apply for your United Business Credit Card today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
A cat has 9 lives. Baseball gives us 9 innings and 9 players on the field. Greek mythology introduced us to 9 muses. A stitch in time saves 9. Everyone wants to dress to the nines or have the whole 9 yards. And happiness is found on cloud 9. This election, please vote number 9, Attorney Thomas Fisher for Senator on the Republican ballot.
I'm Thomas Fisher, and I approve this message.
Drake Diaz, Treasurer.
Half a day and good morning, Guam at 6:06 on Monday, October 17. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. 53-year-old Dennis Simoy got life in prison for his part in the killing of an airman in the 90s and has been denied his request to get out on compassionate release in district court. Simoy asked Chief Judge Francis Tidinko Gatewood to reduce his sentence to a more just term of imprisonment, adding that he was younger at the time of the murder and is rehabilitated. Simoy, along with his brother, Senior Airman Jose Simoy, were convicted of robbery and in the murder of Sergeant Stacy LeVay 30 years ago. His brother was sentenced to death. Tidinko Gatewood says he should have thought of the consequences before robbing another of their life. The court noted that he was involved in a killing in 1994 and was caught with numerous weapons and tested positive for using meth during his time in prison. Simoy is currently being held at the U.S. Penitentiary in Louisiana. And 48-year-old Julian Kenga, who was accused of sexually assaulting a minor, has been released on a $10,000 personal recognizance bond. A woman told police that a minor girl known to her was 16 years old when she was being assaulted. Court documents state that Kenga performed inappropriate things to her multiple times when she was a sophomore in high school. When interviewed, Kenga said that something did happen, but does not wish to disclose that information. He adds that he would try his luck in court. Kenga was charged with first and second degree criminal sexual conduct and harassment. We'll have more news after this.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
DOC inmates can now pursue their education to prepare themselves for life on the outside. 40 of them are striving to get their GED in collaboration with GCC. Prisoners can now take math, reading, and writing classes. DOC Director Bob Camacho has high hopes for the program, saying this is the first time DOC has done it. He adds that the program will have great impact on the inmates when they get released out into the community to be productive citizens. The students gather twice a week for reading and writing class. Teacher Vera De Oro says their eagerness to learn is motivating, and she has seen great transformation since the program started in September. Once completing the program, inmates can take the GED test and walk away with their new academic achievement. A graduation ceremony is to be held at the end of the year. And the Bank of Guam has announced that it entered into agreements to purchase Guam-based commercial loans and mortgages from ANZ Guam. The first phase of the agreements involved transitioning the commercial portfolio to Bank of Guam on Friday, with the final phases expected by the end of the year. ANZ Regional Country Head of Guam and AmSam Clark Schauman says ANZ will continue servicing deposit account customers while discussions are ongoing with a number of parties regarding the future of ANZ Guam. A release states that borrowers transferring to Bank of Guam following confirmation from SBA or the U.S. Department of Agriculture will be advised shortly, and those transfers will be completed by the end of November. The majority of home loan consumers will continue to be serviced by ANZ until they receive their individual transfer notices, which ANZ Guam expects to be completed by early next year. And those are your top stories on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Hey, let's see what we got here. Bring us into a Monday morning. They say there's scattered showers and thunderstorms afternoon today. Partly sunny skies. Daytime high should be about 85 degrees with a heat index that'll feel like 92. Winds out of the southeast, 7 to 9 miles an hour. For tonight, expect possibly scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast under mostly cloudy skies and cooler, about 76 degrees. Into tomorrow, same thing. They keep throwing the scattered showers and thunderstorms thing. As I said, I think that's just them covering their bases here to make sure, because it might be sunny, but it might also have some thunderstorms in there. We don't really know. It's that time of year. Into Wednesday, 30% chance of showers going to be following us around there. Sunrise this morning is in about 2 minutes, if I'm reading this right. And sunset tonight is going to be at 6:01. Are we getting closer? What do they call that? The apocalypse? No.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Armageddon, Ray.
Not the, when the days are exactly, daytime is exactly the same as nighttime. What do they call that? Solstice. Are we getting close to the winter solstice?
You could be correct there, Ray.
Get my crystals. Put them outside under the full moon. Let them charge in the solstice, Real Joe. Come on. I've been thinking a lot about, wellness and mindfulness and crap like that. So I'm thinking if I just throw out the word, solstice and crystals every once in a while, people that go, oh, he's down. He's down with
December 22nd, Ray.
December down with the sickness. December 22nd is solstice time?
It will be solstice.
All right, something to look forward to here. 6:11 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by our friends over at Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 68 years.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
I'm doing it. 6:12 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by NutriWays. Are you thinking wellness? Are you thinking healthfulness? Then give these guys a jingle. 864-7867. 671-864-7867. Or find them on the second floor of the Daily Plaza building in Datadoo.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Last-minute opportunity to filter through the flotsam and jetsam of talk radio opportunities here. It gets to be Monday morning. There's a ton of newspapers out there that I will get caught up and help you get caught up. Because I know if you're anything like me, it gets to be the weekend, and you go to the gas station, what is cigarettes and Slim Jims and Mountain Dew or whatever it is that you go there for, and you look at the newspapers they got laid out there, and you go, oh, that's kind of interesting. Should I buy a newspaper? And you go, hell with that.
I want the breakdown, man.
I'll just wait until Monday. Ray will tell me all of the good stuff. Yeah, so I've filtered out most of the interesting things from the dull, kind of also ran, no political fireworks kind of stories. And I'll bring them to you all morning long. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you, even though it's Monday. And hope everybody had a great weekend. Mine was fairly light. I woke up the usual dark 30 on Saturday and yesterday, and pondered the idea of going out, maybe get some exercise done, maybe working on the house or doing the yard and stuff like that.
Pondered?
Yeah, that's as far as it got. That's about as far as it got.
Sounds like my kind of weekend.
I was able to get off the couch for a little bit yesterday. As got the word from Carabao about the Sando Sunday, which was really, really good, and went by there and then spent the rest of the afternoon with Ben and Anna and Jim Bonanno watching baseball.
Ah, Bonanno.
Yeah, watching baseball.
Yeah,
and it was. It's one of those
America's
things.
pastime, Ray.
I know.
Come on, man.
But there's just a whole there's whole sections of time where nothing happens. Nothing was going on. The guy throws the ball and then the guy either hits it or he doesn't hit it. Every time sometimes they hit it and it just goes up in the air, goes foul or something like that. And you're waiting for anybody. I don't care who or what team. I don't even care about the teams that we're playing anymore, Padres. But all of a sudden, all you can think of is, for heaven's sakes, would somebody please run all the way around, touch all of the bases, and can we have a home run?
You just want the highlights.
They just want the highlights. Yeah, exactly. I've told you about that. My boy enjoys playing tennis, and rather than watch an entire tennis match, there are places where you can go on YouTube that will just give you the points. It will just they filter out all the talk, all the commercials, all the back and forth. It just goes serve, point ends, followed by serve, point ends. And you can you watch an entire tennis match now in about 5 minutes as opposed to 5 hours. Really, really like the technology, and kind of wish they'd have done that yesterday. Although, I will say it was kind of interesting because as I'm watching the game, and I think it was National League American, I can't remember who was playing. The Padres was playing. And it occurred to me, wait a second, are these guys, are they playing at Petco? And I thought, in the gas lamp over in San Diego.
Yeah.
And because and I got to thinking, well, wait a second. I wonder if one of our very close, very dear personal friends was watching the game like we were in real time. And so I reached out to Annette Ada Vasquez.
Yes.
Yeah, Uncle Pete's daughter.
And
I said, are you guys watching the game? And they sent me. She sent me a selfie with her and another friend in San Diego, Shar, that were with. We all used to work together. They were all watching the Padres game.
I think that's Guam's team, Ray. Right? That's Guam's baseball team.
Now, can it be the team of the Adas? Now, Uncle Tony and Felix might lose the election, but at least we've adopted a team from San Diego.
No way.
Could be one of those things. I'm just saying it was nice to be able to a little bit of back and forth, and then the game was over, and then they shot pool. That's the end of the evening as far as I know. 6:17 on the Ray Gibson Show. What about you? Real Joe gets the phone when you call. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number around here. Donna D is also likewise going to be filtering through a couple of days worth of newspapers and news stories going back to about Friday when we quit, and we'll bring you some of that news and information as most of the morning commences. Now, I don't know where Real Joe is going to put it, but one of the things in between the boring parts of the baseball yesterday, I was reached out to by agents of the Guam Visitors Bureau, wondering if we might have time this week to air some commercials for them. I said, absolutely, of course. It's a radio business. That's the business part of what we do. And I said, no problem. And they said, well, they're about 2.5 minutes long. I said, no problem. And I was able to listen to one of them, kind of preview the thing. And it sounds like there's what I think is going to be an axe fight. And I only know one person that's in it so far. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, apparently somebody over the weekend or late last week cast aspersions and questioned some of the things that were going on over at the Guam Visitors Bureau, and in a form of defense now, they've circled the wagons and have put together about 2.5 minutes worth of a spot that will spell things out on GVB's side. And that's the first I've heard of all of this. Now, at some point, we're going to play that, a couple of times this morning, Real Joe?
I believe, yes.
It's going to be in the thing? Okay, well, we don't have to.
Coming up.
We don't have to do it now. Sometime this hour, we'll have the thing, and I'll try to make a big deal about it so that you can listen to it intently. And then, of course, we'll see if we can find Uncle Carl. And I really wasn't going to. I didn't want to reach out to Uncle Carl today. You know why?
Why?
His birthday over the weekend.
Man.
I
Happy
just
birthday,
wanted,
Uncle
I
Carl.
wanted him to be able to like downslide into the Monday, happy birthday, Unc, and that kind of thing, and not have to worry about like work stuff on Monday. But well, I'm a worker, he's a worker bee, and obviously there's something to talk about here. So we'll get around to doing that. 888-825-5888-TALK. Again, that's a number for the guy over there and the guy over here. And before we do anything else, I've got to do at least one celebrity birthday.
Oh, wow. Must be huge.
No. No. Like Dennis Benzer would know. Dennis Benzer would say, oh, yeah. That's the guy from Cheers. George Wendt. W-E-N-D-T. George Wendt from Cheers turned 74 years old today. And that is as good an excuse as any to play this song right here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
I love that. As soon as I got that picture, I knew exactly who I was talking to. 6:21 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show, and celebrities on the march here. Right on the thing. Wait, I gotta open the gizmo. Sorry, I was looking at something else. There it is. Number one here on the gizmo today is Nate Horn.
Oh yeah, welcome.
I think that's a welcome back. Yeah, he was out of town for a little bit.
Welcome back, Carter.
It's good to have you back there. Rico B is online. Tim Zedeker saying happy Monday, everyone. No rain. I don't know that we're completely out of it. Let me get this up on the screen so you can see what things are looking like. You see where Guam is on the map, kind of in the middle of everything right now. A little bit of the high altitude clouds that are on top of us right now, which brought, I thought, way too much cover yesterday. I was kind of hoping for grill marks, but every time I looked outside, it was not raining, which I guess is the nicest thing that you could say about yesterday. I kept waiting for the sun to come out, and I never really did get that feel. Jose Tetpahago online says, Monday, another day closer to regime change on Guam. What surveys are you looking at, bro? I'm not trying to disagree with you, bro. I just want to know where you're getting your information from, because I don't know. It seemed like they got a kind of a low-key campaign that everybody is under. I'm not hearing a whole lot from either side, and there don't seem to be a whole lot of fireworks. Like I said, I'm looking for Demolition Derby. I'm looking for Loser Leave Town, Friday Night Wrestling. Yeah. You know what I mean? But not get. I mean, like Ray Tenorio. What was the deal?
Yeah.
Frank Hogan, you lost, and you never see him again.
You lost, Frank.
Wonder if Ray's reached out to Ton and Felix saying, "Hey, you guys want my help? You want me to come out? I'll wave with you on the road."
Oh, I don't know.
Anthony Bennett's online. Leslie St. Nicholas is there. Rico B. I got. Let me see. Bob and Connie Bartonico watching. Are you guys back? I know that they had gone on a trip toward Virginia or someplace like that. West Virginia, north, east, south. Virginia, and maybe they're back, maybe they're not. Rai St. Nicholas is online. Say good morning to the radio family. Rai, is this bald thing? Is this permanent? I'm just kind of curious. Last I saw him at the Lincoln Day dinner with the Republicans,
clean shaven like The Rock.
Oh yeah, all shiny and everything. And I've seen a bunch of other pictures.
Handsome, dude. Doesn't matter anymore.
It could
He's
be
handsome.
Could be one of those things. If somebody had asked me about my, what I was going to do about my receding hairline over the weekend, and for just a second pondered the idea of, maybe just take it all the way.
Ray, let it.
No, okay.
This is you, man.
Donna's already said no. That's good enough. Which is about as long as it took me to get to that stage in my head. Nah, not going to do both. Benidoso Tautau is online here. This is the week, right? Benidoso, I understand, is expecting child, and I think this is the week that the baby is going to drop. We should have a thing. We should have a thing like
baby noises?
What day, or closest to the right number of pounds.
How about this?
What? No. Don't drop the baby. Greg Fausto is there. Keena McCausland from the upper left-hand corner. Check her Facebook out. She's got a post, and I just as I was looking at it, it moved, so I wasn't able to actually see what it was that they are celebrating out there. I got Jeff Pleadwell online. Dennis Mesman is hanging out with us. So is Jerome McDonald. Ken Augustin and Mark Cruz doing his wavy thing. Henry Manglotnia's online. I got, let me see, Dennis saying good morning from Jigo. Not that Dennis, the other one. Carl Meyer, lazy football Sunday here on the left coast. I'll get, you know what?
On the left coast.
Yeah, that's what they call it. But East Coast, left coast.
Yeah.
But so a little bit later on this morning, Anna from Carabao is going to be calling in, arguably to talk about it. What do they call that when they get looking for employees? Like a casting call.
Yeah.
Open house. So they're normally closed.
Job fair.
Job fair. They're having a job fair over at Carabao. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's the beer that distracted you, Ray.
Thank you very much. Well, that's, always people always ask what's in there. But anyway, so I said, listen, I got to give you a reason. You can't just call in and say we're going to do a job fair. You got to have an excuse to call in. So Anna from Carabao, who, as it turns out, is a huge sports fan, is going to call in a little bit later on and give some football scores.
Sweet.
The early games are all done, and they're well on their way now into the late games. Catherine Tyron's there, Penny Cruz, Joe Cruz, Donna D, side by side, as it should be. Striker Viza Gomez is online. I see Vince Delgado. What's that? Jose Tetpago. These criminals entering homes and properties aren't being charged with home invasion. Why?
Those are not criminals.
You know what? They're people. Why does everybody automatically treat these junkies and these thieves and burglars and rapists and all that? Why do you automatically treat them like animals? Have you no compassion, my God? I think it's a disease. It's a sickness, for heaven's sakes. We've got to treat it like that. Not treat these people like pariahs in the system. We've got to treat them for the victims that they are. Who do I sound like?
Thank you, Ray.
Who was I? Did you feel a little leaving in there for a second? That's how Doug Moylan looking at the radio going, who is that guy? Who is that imposter? They've taken Ray Gibson and replaced him with somebody else. My bro Brad Wood is on. MT Farron, favorite artist Ron Castro is there. Charles Craw and Lena McDaniel. Bill Petit. Jay Nauta hanging out with us this morning. So is Vince P. Delgado. Judy Shockley is there. We got Johnny Utah online from the Consolidated Commission on Utilities, humbly asking for your vote and another term in the CSC of Simon Sanchez. He's not actually doing that.
Uncle Si.
I'm just throwing that in there. Rudy Rodolfo, the original Burger King, asking for your vote for Pika's Best in a whole bunch of different categories. I got, let me see, what else is Jose going on? The castle law applies if the criminal is in your garage. It should, right? Here's the thing. If it came down to it, drag the body inside. It's just, the cops will go, well, it looks like he was shot outside and you dragged him inside. It's, no, B. I know what it looks like, but that's not what it is, honestly, officer. If anything, throw those kinds of words in there. You generally get out of trouble. 71 more days till Christmas. What's that? Ken LG, the current AG, is worried about how being arrested will damage the self-esteem. It's another consideration that we have to make. Like I said, there's this whole thing with the crystal methamphetamine leading to about 99% of the crime that we've got here on Guam. Imagine now the self-esteem of some of these people. They've already been kicked out of home and house with their habits, and none of the relatives want them around because they steal everything. And then all of a sudden they start losing their teeth and sleeping on the sides of the road, just kind of passed out like that. Imagine the blow to their self-esteem if they were to be arrested for their crimes. And maybe that's one of the points that Ken LG and others are making here this morning. 888-825-888-TALK. Looking to see do I have anybody else here that I've got to give some stroking to at Napatee, watching Buffalo versus KFC. No, not KFC. KC.
Sorry, man. You're killing me this morning.
Sorry,
dude.
because he's watching BUFVSKC, and my brain it folded it all. You know what I had?
I feel you on that.
You know what I had Friday night?
I'm hungry too.
Friday night, I went to KFC, and they've got a chamorro plate. Have you ever had it?
Yes.
What? They've got a chamorro plate over there. So you've got a couple of pieces of chicken and a red rice and a coleslaw, whatever. And then they give you like one of these Kelligman wraps.
Oh.
And I'd never had a Kelligman wrap from KFC before. But I was like super hungry. I wanted as much food as I could get piled on a plate, so I ordered that. And it was one of those things. You just this moment, like the angels are singing when you take that first bite of the Kellerman, and they put the whole there's spice and there's spiciness. There's yes, it's tasty. You need some of that. Ismail, if the AG does not prosecute criminals and they commit further crimes, couldn't he be complicit? Joe and Tight to Know is there, and Rai until the new year. Jerry Roberts, welcome me to the Bald Gang. Absolutely. Napati is there. Nick Perlowski loved the political ads in San Diego. They pull no punches, calling their opponents liars and thieves. Loved it. See, that's what we're missing here.
Yeah.
We need that kind of drama. We need just Lilian Guerrero just come out and say, you know what, Felix is a liar and a thief. And then Felix can come out and say, you know what, Lou and Josh, they're corrupt as hell. Look at what they did do is there is an ad in the newspaper. I want to say it's in today's Guam Daily Post, etc., where they talk about, can you afford to have Lou and Josh in the governor's office for another 4 years? And then they go over. This everybody's doing this now. The politicians in the states are doing it, and even the politicians, like I said, running around here are up at. I'm looking for the ad now. I might find it, might not find it. But basically, taking a look at all of the things that go into generally everybody's shopping cart over at the Paylesses and the grocery stores, and the incredible amount of increases that we have seen in a variety of those supermarket commodities, and what's going to be happening with all of that. Now, there's a way to save, and I'm not. And I'll preface this again by saying that I'm the worst guy that you know with money. I know 100 different ways to be able to save some dough and make a difference on your budget. I don't actually do it myself, but I always feel like I'm in a position, because I've got the voice in the tower and everything and the microphone to tell you what to do with yours. So I've got a couple of things I'll share with you a little bit later on, and things that actual countries and states are doing that by way of almost forcing you to be able to save some money, especially on grocery store items. 6:31 on the Ray Gibson Show. I'll get around to doing some of that before too much longer. In the meantime, you got the telephone numbers. Meme Machine is online here this morning. I've already got some great ones from Plain Boy. I got this one here from an educator friend of ours, Rowena, and she said, could you put this up on the screen today? Can you run this on your show for all of the teachers out there? And, I've got so many people in my life that I love that are teachers, my nephew among them. And so, yeah, happy to. It reads, Dear tired teacher, when the expectations begin to feel impossible, remember that because of you, today, someone smiled, learned something new, became more confident, and felt love. So don't give up. And that was written by Heather Carpenter or something like that. But it's a great way, even if you're not a teacher. I mean, everybody's making some kind of a contribution around here. Otherwise, you wouldn't be listening to this show. So to whoever you are, do a good job and make somebody feel loved today. It's 6:32, and time for our first big look at news and headlines. I know I'm going a little bit fast this morning, but it's Monday, and there's a lot to get to. Leading us to the news punch, here it is, Donna D. with morning headlines. Donna, what happened?
Gerald Wayne Cruz II, who faces animal cruelty charges, was denied his request to have the special allegation for possession of a weapon in the commission of a felony filed against him dropped. In 2018, Cruz was charged with the deadly shooting of a dog in Jigo. He argued that the intended target was not a human. Judge Alberto Tolentino disagreed, denying the request. Cruz is set to appear back in court on November 15. And the Social Security Administration has announced a huge 8.7 increase in benefits starting in January. It's the biggest jump in more than 40 years. The SSA says federal benefits rates increase when the cost of living rises. Notices will be mailed out in December to retirees, survivors, and disability recipients. The information will also be available online through personal My Social Security accounts. And more than 1,800 early voters hit the polls in the first week that the Election Return Center opened at the Westin Resort in Tumon. And the first early voting satellite was at Okudu High School on Saturday. The next Saturday satellite will be at GCC from 10 to 3 this Saturday, October 22. Next Saturday will be at Maritzo Martyrs Memorial School. Early voting at the Westin is Tuesday to Friday, 9 to 6. There are 22 days left until the November 8th general election. And that's it. That's it.
Yeah. 22.
That's how you end the newscast.
22 days, kid.
I can't see.
What's the matter?
I started daydreaming and I lost my,
You mean like while you were doing the news, you started just kind of...
I zoned out.
Just, wow, it's amazing.
Nice,
That's,
Donna.
no, absolutely. 100% get it. I understand the concept. So I've been trying to, as I said, I just didn't do a whole lot over the weekend, and I thought, well, let me do something productive here. So I broke out one of my audiobooks.
Oh, nice.
And it was the one of the cemetery book by the guy, because it's Halloween month.
You went creepy, man.
Yeah, and so I turned the thing on, and it's playing in the Bluetooth speaker in the house, and I can hear it in the kitchen, and I can hear it in the hallway, and I'm listening intently, and then I don't know, another random thought ran across my head as I'm listening to the narration on this, and it occurred to me about 5 minutes later, hey, I've got an audiobook playing. I wonder how much of this story that I've missed. And it's a really good story. So I got to rewind the thing and start all over again. And by then, I started looking at TikTok. Oh, by the way, for those of you that heard my dilemma last week.
Are you back on TikTok?
I'm back apparently on TikTok.
Congrats.
I don't know what happened. They said
The old account?
The old account that they said was permanently banned.
Mm-hmm. Maybe they don't know maybe they don't know the meaning of permanently.
It could be something different. Maybe there's a different way.
The same way people use literally. Like, I literally died laughing.
Right.
Really?
Really? Yes, he's literally Hitler. No, he's not
gosh.
literally Hitler. Yes, you're absolutely right. But anyway, I went just on a lark, tested the account, and went back to it. And sure enough, it's all there. All of the people I was following, all the people that followed me, all of the videos that I'd uploaded, including the "You Have No Save" video. They were all there. You know what changed, though?
What?
I told you, instead of using my picture, I put a picture of Jesus Christ with sunglasses on, making the peace sign.
Oh, yeah.
That was gone.
Amen, brother.
It was gone. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe they just said we don't. This is not supposed to. That's not funny. That's not funny. Half of the population on the planet are Christians and Catholics, and they don't think that. Like when Real Joe says, "Oh, you got jury duty today, guilty." Everybody, that's not funny. We'll put the Christ back in Christmas here. So I think I'm going to spend a little bit of time trying to sort out what my new avatar, what my new image is going to be on TikTok.
Dahmer.
I'm thinking like an OnlyFans looking page.
OnlyFans.
Yeah. Because I don't know if anybody else on Guam has an OnlyFans. Do you?
I don't, Ray. I don't.
Whatever.
I've never.
Whatever, Joe.
What is that?
What? I don't
even.
Never heard of it. Can they have T-shirts there? Okay, 6:36 on the Ray Gibson Show. Tell you what, we'll take a look at what's going on with we get the weather and traffic and all of that kind of thing. But wait. What am I getting here? Somebody typing in something about the base. Oh, the line is long to enter the base for Friendship Day. Okay, don't panic. Sorry, guys.
Friendship Day,
It's Friendship Day, but this is not Guam.
Oh, okay.
It's Japan somewhere. Yeah, it's our bro Kitsuzo in Japan who's sending out pictures. Apparently, everybody lining up to get on base for Friendship Day that they've got there. We should have that here. We should have a Friendship Day. No? I'm just saying.
I'll call Admiral Benjamin.
the new guy?
I mean, didn't they try something similar
Nicholson.
to this, and then it just went crazy?
What?
That they had to stop.
I don't
Not
recall.
Friendship Day, but the same concept of.
So when people got too friendly with each other, is that what it was?
No, Ray, it was the Pampers, Ray.
Could
and
have
the
been.
milk.
All right.
And the meat.
I'm not sure where you guys are going with this, but I'm going to leave this topic here. Now, I did also get in my gizmo this morning, somebody had forwarded to one of the groups that I'm in, says that as per dispatch, traffic will be backed up in East Agania due to a sinkhole on the southbound lanes between Lupang Beach and Mobile. Advisement to take alternate route to avoid delays. I saw that this morning.
Oh, that's the same one, dude.
And
probably.
I went by there this morning instead of coming the regular way through the airport. I actually took Marine Corps Drive to work, and I did not see any sinkholes there. Didn't see any emergency vehicles or sawhorses or little orange cones or anything like that. So if
it just happened, man.
Well,
all this rain lately, I think that's what
could be. Well, if there is some kind of discrepancy down there, try not to act surprised and take some pictures of it now that the sun is up. Because if there is, I'd like to see it, like to know exactly where it is, and tell me what I'm going to have to tell listeners as they're motoring this morning. 6:38. We'll take that quick break. I'll be right back.
What drives you? The Leonguero Tenorio administration is recruiting bus drivers. You don't need any experience to apply. Just a driver's license, be at least 18 years old, have a high school diploma, pass a drug test, and have a clean traffic record. We will cover the cost of training, and the best part, It is a paid internship, so you can earn money while you learn and get certified. At the end of training, you'll have a job waiting for you with the Guam Regional Transit Authority or the Department of Public Works. This is part of our administration's larger effort to strengthen our workforce through training programs at the Department of Labor and Guam Community College, where we've already helped hundreds of people get into meaningful careers. For more information, visit the American Job Center at the GCIC building in Hagåtña, 3rd floor, or call 671-475-7000.
Application period is from October 3rd to October 21st. This ad is supported by employment and training funds from the U.S. Department of Labor as part of an award.
Half a day. I'm Bisho Mendiola, and I'm running for senator to promote lower cost of living, increase our food security, and ignite new economic sector development. I will put to work my fresh ideas, my experience as a small business owner to create legislation that removes the red tape on our economic growth. I want to pave the way to a prosperous, wealthy, and self-sustainable island community. I'm Bisho Mendiola, number 13 on the Republican ballot, and I approve this message.
Just checking to see who's online with us. Kathy Pinaula Rios. Rico Blancafor saying, go KC, my fantasy quarterback Mahomes on that one.
Oh, yeah, big
that's
man.
okay. So that's why it's the game to watch. Valerie Carbolito online with us here this morning. And just a note, go and find Valerie Carbolito's page and check out what she was wearing to the Varo Gala the other night. Kind of like a choker thing on the dress.
Yeah,
that's my kryptonite, bro. I'm sorry. Looking outstanding. Tattoo Sean is online. My bro Jose Martinez is there, and Harvey Egna, Catherine Tyron, Pam Duvall is online. Christine Oliver and Donna D in the midst of a conversation. Visitors were allowed in the commissary years ago. Oh, that's what you were talking about then. Yeah. It was going to be one of those where, everybody come on by and bring family and friends up to the commissary. That was like a prior to the pre-COVID thing, right? And a lot of people went up there, and then all of the regular shoppers over at the commissary said they bought all the dog food.
Karen.
They bought everything, all the dog food and the Pampers and all of that stuff. So the International Day of Commissary Friendship did not last very long at all, come to think of it. Somebody's going to dig out some pictures. The Meme Machine, 7978255, if you got some groovy ones. Is it time to take a look at traffic? Real Joe? Must be if we're playing the theme. All right, don't see a whole lot happening up in the Jigo and Day-to-Do area right now. Basically intersection traffic all the way to the Micronesia Mall, and a little bit of intersection traffic through most of the other stops up and down Marine Corps Drive to get into the downtown Hagåtña. Nothing major going on there. 16 from the mall all the way to 8, 10, and 16, running fairly clear right now. Nothing major over at the Garden Readiness Center, although I will say that you are going to find higher gas prices when you go to the auto port today. I got my buddy Colin sent me the new numbers. Last week it was $3.85 or 86 cents for a gallon of gasoline at the auto port. This week they changed it up over the weekend. Now it's $3.99. So inbound traffic, Route 8, a little bit of dog and out traffic over by the car dealership, a little bit of traffic over by the Golden Sea. Otherwise, Route 4 into town looking pretty good. Nothing major at the intersection of 4 and 10. 10 and 15 just kind of regular right now. And then a little bit of traffic down at Big Navy in Sumai. Speaking of Sumai and then getting into Santa Rita area, I think it was Ken LG maybe or Sandra that sent some video up. I might be able to get it online for you that showed the degree of construction that there is over on the way to the Payless, from the intersection. I get the mobile over here. Yeah. They've apparently gone away and chipped out all of the old asphalt and are going to be laying down some new stuff. They got some Jersey barriers and K-rails. They're actually the same thing. Jersey barriers down there, and so that will keep you from drifting into the other lane. Although I'm told it's kind of sketch up and down that street right now. Yeah, so if you've got loose fillings, very, very good chance that some of those might pop out. 6:43. Earlier, I'd let you know that you are going to hear kind of a program-length commercial from GVB and former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. That's coming up in this break.
Half a day. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan. Throughout this campaign, I've been presenting my plans to reduce inflation, rebuild our tourism industry, and fight the crystal meth and crime problems plaguing our island. Our government can do more to lift the burdens facing our families. If elected, I will be ready on day one to get to work to help make Guam safe again and urgently rebuild our economy. I humbly ask you, please vote Jesse Anderson Lujan, number 7, Republican. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan. and I approve this message.
Hafade, I am Carl Gutierrez, and I am the leader and steward of GVB. And I will not stand by helplessly while others spread lies.
Guam Visitors Bureau had a $20 million allocation, but yet expended the whole, they encumbered the whole $20 million. There's zero balance there. And
The ARP.
yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, ARP, $20 million.
And you're saying it's been encumbered?
Yes, the entire $20 million.
The accusation that GVB has a zero balance is false. GVB has $13.5 million in the bank, ready to support the needs of our visitor industry. The GVB Board of Directors approved the expenditures of $6.5 million in federal American Rescue Plan money to be replenished by Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. This funded air service development, the increase of passenger and cargo traffic, PCR testing for visitors returning to their homelands, and upgrades for Destination Guam, USA.
When there's no tourists coming to Guam, when there's no flights coming into Guam, they spent $20 million in GVB.
Right.
The $6.5 million in ARP dollars has funded the arrival of over 216,000 visitors. That's 90,000 more than the original estimate of 130,000 arrivals. When electioneering politicians play fast and loose with the truth in an attempt to win office with cheap shots, it makes for sensational headlines, but it also misinforms our people and seeks to impugn the good reputation of organizations like GVB. GVB is working in the spirit of stewardship to create new jobs and fresh opportunity for the kind of responsible Guam that others talk about but never seem to deliver. Under my watch, GVB will always be accountable to the people of Guam as we make the visitor industry serve the interests of residents first.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
6:46. If you missed it or you tuned in the middle of it, we'll probably air it again somewhere at 8 o'clock hour or 7 o'clock hour. Just listen all morning long, and a little bit later on we'll hear from former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. I was, as I said, I listened to a little bit of that before I got finished up with everything yesterday, and just by way of, mostly listening for the audio. I want to make sure it sounded good, and was not in a place where I could hear who was doing the talking and who was making the accusations. And as it turns out, I suppose I should have paid more attention to that podcast that former Governor Felix Camacho, Tony Adda, and apparently Mike Sinicolas was sitting in on that. I just, it's one of those things. I don't spend a lot of time listening to my own stuff, much less anybody else's podcast, especially if you decided already whether or not you're going to vote for them. At any rate, so I didn't pay that much attention to it, but apparently I might be the only one. Somebody in the Democrat Party, somebody in the government of Guam over at GVB heard that and said, no, that's not right. So they are taking steps today, aggressive steps, to make sure that that you hear the other side of that story. 6:47 in the morning. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez joins us now on the radio now. First of all, happy belated birthday to you, Unc.
Well, thank you, Ray. Thank you very much. I had a nice, restful weekend, and for, in some way or fashion.
Uh-huh. Well, and I also want to thank you for putting up some additional decorations over at your house. There's as I understand it, you've got the same kind of poster for Mana as I've got at my place.
Absolutely. I promised Mana before, and I know that as old as I am and Auntie Jerry and my family, we pick and choose now, although we're Democrat in name, but there are at least a couple of people that I have decided to support in the general election, because I know that they will be very, very helpful in moving GVB forward in its quest to bring more tourists and more jobs for our people, and that's Mana Silva Tyron and Jesse Lujan.
Nice. 6:48 in the morning. I appreciate the plug there, and appreciate you and your agents over at GVB reaching out kind of last minute. I got the information. I got the request to run ads for you. I want to say about 4 or 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and after hearing a little bit of it, I said, looks like Uncle Carl's in another axe fight with somebody. I wonder who it was. Now that I've got it playing on the radio with my headphones on, I thought I recognized Tony Ada's voice, Felix Camacho's voice, and Mike Lintiaco. I'm sorry, Mike St. Nicholas.
Yeah, that was three of them there that were speaking to each other, and I got alerted with the video. It was sent to me by a senator, and senator that was really helping GVB forward. His name was Clint Rigel. He says, I heard this. Is this true, Governor? We were supporting you on GVB. I said, absolutely not. The money is there. And he said, I thought so. So that's when I said, if Clint Rigel is questioning the veracity of that conversation, and I can't go out one-on-one and correct the people of Guam, I felt I had to spend some money and tell the people of Guam in the same fashion and maybe more, because I've gone through this process so many times over the last 50 years where people just say things out there in the public and give me a reputation undeservedly.
Now, they're making reference to $20 million, and that's a number that has been thrown around a couple of times, and some of it with regard to the Children's Museum that you were initially talking about for the Epau Beach Park area. Do you suppose that the project that they are referring to, that is where that $20 million encumbrance is placed?
Well, Governor Louis Guerrero had told us of our vision of what we could do, for Guam, since there had not been another pleasure island built up. So I said, give me $20 million. We'll set it aside and let's do some planning and see what we can come up with. Of course, the first initial plan was Epau, and Epau had a lot of pushback. And so we are thinking that whole project there and moving around the island now to one village, one destination, one tourist attraction. But also when we got that money and put it in the bank, when we were really struggling with bringing tourists in, bringing airlines to start flying, I said, Governor, you've got to give me at least $6.5 million. I want to be able to give some airline incentives. I want to be able to pay for the free testing, which we in any tourist industry around the world, we're the only one doing that. That's how we got all these tourists to come in. I want to be able to make sure that the Airbnb gets also funded. And she said, okay, you can use $6.5 million, and I'll return that. So use that, and I brought that before the board, and I said there's $6.5 million. We didn't get our August and November allotment because the general fund was out, and she's going to let us replenish that August, September allotment. And so I think it was Samson O'Hara that made that motion that said, okay, go ahead and use the $6.5 million, provided the governor reimburses it. And that's where it stands right now. We have not used any of that except that we asked the governor to allow us to use $300,000 more to be able to go to JATA, because we were not going to go to JATA. She wanted JATA, Guam represented JATA, and so we went there, and we also spent it for some also airline promotions in Fukuoka.
So it ain't 20. It is 6, and that money has been already used in many cases to fund the marketing and to take care of. And this is a very successful program. Virtually every hotel on Guam had a testing facility in it for their guests so that they could get tested before they flew back to, say, South Korea or Japan. And up until recently, both of those countries were asking for negative PCR tests for arrivals within the next 72 hours of their arrival into the source market. So that was money that was well spent. And in fact, you figure $150 a head, that was money that they were able to use to go to shop and go to shows and dining and things like that. So a wise, I think, investment of that. But it's certainly not $20 million. Is it possible that they were thinking about, I don't know, was it $18 million to take care of refurbing and rehabilitating Matapang Beach Park?
No, there was no money ever came in for that. It was disapproved by EDA.
I see.
And that was Public Works' grant, because we cannot apply for grant as a GDB 501c corporation. So that was going forward for $18 million that was going to come from EDA. That did not come in.
One question. I mean, you're not shy about anything. Have you reached out to Felix and Tony and Miguel and asked them where they got their bolero from?
For what reason? I mean, they came up shooting their guns at me, and I'm hiding, shooting back.
Well,
I mean, it's just crazy because these are my nephews, man. You know, I just saw what they really orchestrated this thing in such a way that it impugned my reputation again when I was trying to clear it up about what that was. You heard Doug Williams on the radio say that he would have had more investigators do because he should never have been indicted. Those are the things that really bothered me, and if I didn't put a stop to it right away, I don't want to go down in the next few years trying to fight back for my good name again.
Well, I was asking for some demolition derby in this campaign. It's possible that we might have it already. 6:55 in the morning. Ugg, appreciate your time. We'll get that spot on the air in a little bit, and I'll see what I can get from Felix and Tony on the genesis of that misinformation.
I support Lou and George very much, and I go out and I tell people what I believe they should be listening to vote for Lou and George. I never go against Mike, never go against Felix, or even Tony. These people just drew me into this campaign, and I'm telling my friends and supporters now, listen to these guys. I don't think you'd want them in office.
It's 6:55 in the morning. I'll talk to you soon. Hug and a kiss to Auntie Jerry. 888-825-5888-TALK. Esther, interesting. Is this the demolition derby that we were looking at between here and kind of a proxy battle between Felix and Tony and Mike St. Nicholas against former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez? His proxy is like watching the Ukrainians fighting off the Russians there with our money and our weaponry. All right. Well, it could get interesting. You got some thoughts about that. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. Quite a lot is going to be happening over the course of the next few days. Remind me, I've got a couple of things to throw to the meme machine. One of them is tomorrow. This is one of those things where I kind of go, well, Monday is Monday. But the real action is going to be taking place tomorrow. There's going to be a couple of meetings. One of them is an Ed Board meeting, and maybe later on we'll get a hold of Mark Mendiola to find out how they're doing. Among the topics that are going to come up at tomorrow's Ed Board meeting is, hey, guys, how are we doing with our search for the new John Fernandez? Yeah. We got what do we got? Francie, who is in that position right now on an interim basis, just as seemingly a whole bunch of peanut butter hitting the fan at the Department of Education. I'm sorry. You don't like the way my casual turn phrase? I could have used the other word.
No, but why peanut butter? I love peanut butter.
Yeah, it's interesting similarities in consistency, I think. But at any rate, so you got Francie who's holding things down as best he can for the Department of Education in the acting superintendent capacity. But they said that they've got a bunch of names, and we'll whittle some of that down as we move forward. However, that's not the big stuff. The big juicy for tomorrow is going to be an oversight / public hearing that they're going to be having over at the legislature. And the reason why they're doing it on Guam Memorial Hospital, not the one that we've got now. No, we don't care about that one right now. Nobody cares about the new hospital, the old hospital. Nobody cares, what's falling down the roof and everything in the labor and deliveries, Majulang. So we don't care about that. What we want to do is have a conversation about this new hospital that is being proposed out there on Route 15 over on, I'm not going to mention any teams now, the football field or / soccer field that they've got out there on
Have you seen
Route
the model
15.
already?
Have I what?
Have you seen the little model they made?
We've got a little model
little
already?
People in the tiny cars and the tiny trees.
And it looks like
What is that, a hospital for ants?
Is all we can afford right now is the model.
I'm wondering if they have one yet.
I don't know. Call the people over at
We
Matrix.
paid for it.
Do we have a 3D flyover with the thing like they did in the Ganya back in the day? So a number of things that we've got to work out here is number one, when you guys refer to stakeholders, who are you talking about? Because I don't know how many taxpayers are involved. Don't know who over at the legislature is sitting in on these meetings. Who over in the healthcare community? And when I say healthcare, I mean like doctors and nurses. How many of those people are you talking to and getting their opinions and their advice on? After all, they went to school for the kind of things. You would suppose that maybe they'd have some valuable input. But the closest thing that you get to valuable input, what's happening with the quote new hospital on Route 15, comes from guys like Dave Lotz and Ken Leon Guerrero, the Ken Vict, if you will, who actually got arrested for trying to sit in on a meeting, a workshop to go over the details of this new hospital on Route 15. So it's finally going to get a little bit of light of day over at the legislature. That's going to be happening tomorrow. I'll get you the times, and I'm hopefully going to have that streamed up on TV so we can see just how much money has been spent already on this, what the receivables are for all of the money that has been spent on this, and what the expectation is for the taxpayers to fund moving forward a hospital that, God, I hope isn't run by the government of Guam. Otherwise, what's the point? I got Nito Blas online, Joe and Goko. Jack Lammer says, listening in the truck. That's a good spot for it. Vince Delgado and Pam Duvall, who switched over to the FM version of the feed. Odilia Marie Taitano and Scott K. Armstrong. Let me see. Jose Martinez all over the place. Tammy, Post Office Tammy is online. Good to have you on there. Post Office Tammy. And new name for the post office in Agania. Not named after my great-grandfather, but somebody else. Maybe one of these days I'll talk to my Uncle Robert about that. Anyway, 6:59 and change. Coming up, Fox News Live. On the other side of that, we've got Donna D, and she's going to be taking care of news and headlines all over the place. Also want to do a shout to Jerry Roberts, who's going to be in the studio for this morning's Extra Point, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Hey, you know what rhymes with Monday? Vote for the point for Pika's best. I mean, it's not a good rhyme, but it's there. I think the iambic pentameter might be off just a little bit, but never mind. Here it comes to Fox News in the point.
More migrants to New York City. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. More than a half dozen busloads arrived today from Texas. Fox's Griff Jenkins is in Eagle Pass, Texas.
A lot of the migrants that are coming to New York City on those buses out of El Paso are overwhelmingly Venezuelan. So let's talk about the doorsteps of these border communities. If you talk to anybody here in Eagle Pass, population 29,000, on Main Street where we are, they're overwhelmed because in the 15 days that I have been here on the ground since the new fiscal year began, they've had more than 19,000 migrant apprehensions, and these migrants are coming from all over the world: Venezuela, Cuba, Colombia, along with Syria, Somalia, Bangladesh, Yemen, and Iran.
The Biden administration announced last week it would begin turning back Venezuelans under Title 42. Pro-Kremlin officials are blaming Ukraine for a rocket attack that seriously damaged the mayor's office in Donetsk, a key Ukrainian city controlled by the separatists. Ukrainian officials say Russian rockets struck a city across from the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. Protests continue in Iran after the death of a young woman being held by police for violating the Islamic Republic's strict dress code.
The defiance continues. Despite a government crackdown, these demonstrations are still going on. And what we saw was a very serious fire at the notorious Evin prison in Tehran, a sign that the anti-government protest movement still has that momentum, even from within prison. But Iran's state media says the fire was put out, that no prisoners escaped, although around 40 people were injured.
Fox's Kitty Logan in London. 4 people were hurt, including 3 students, in a shooting early this morning on the Clark Atlanta University. It's believed the shots were fired from a vehicle at the victims, who were outside a library during the university's homecoming. America is listening to Fox News.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Half a day. I'm Bisho Mendiola, and I'm running for senator to promote lower cost of living, increase our food security, and ignite new economic sector development. I will put to work my fresh ideas, my experience as a small business owner to create legislation that removes the red tape on our economic growth. I want to pave the way to a prosperous, wealthy, and self-sustainable island community. I'm Bisho Mendiola, number 13 on the Republican ballot, and I approve this message.
To Fox News.
The midterms are still over 3 weeks away, but many people have already voted. Fox's Jessica Rosenthal has the story.
This past week, the United States Election Project announced as of October 14th, so Friday, 1.6 million people had already voted. University of Florida professor Michael McDonald, who compiles and analyzes the data, says more Democrats have voted early than Republicans, and most of the votes seem to be coming out of Florida, Wisconsin, and Virginia. McDonald thinks this may be about more states allowing mail-in voting as a result of the pandemic. Earlier this month, a Monmouth poll found independent voters are far more concerned with the economy than other issues, and a CNN poll conducted over a month ending October 5th found voters in swing districts are leaning toward Republicans over Democrats. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
The Powerball jackpot grows after there was no winner last night.
Saturday night's Powerball drawing was worth $454 million with a cash value of $232 million. The numbers drawn were 32, 37, 40, 58, 62, and the Powerball was 15. With no big winner, the jackpot now rolls over. The new estimated jackpot at least $480 million. The next drawing will happen on Monday night. Ted Lindner, Fox News.
A big cool down's on the way for southern states. Fox Weather Chief Meteorologist Rick Reichmuth has more.
We're going to have a really cold air mass settle in this week. We are going to start to watch reinforcing batches of cold air begin to surge down across parts of the south, even as far south as the north part of Florida. Temps are going to be much, much cooler than they have been, 15, 20 to 20 degrees below average. And by the time we get towards Wednesday morning, these overnight lows, Jackson, Mississippi, 34 degrees, 34 in Atlanta, add a little bit of elevation in there, and you're going to be seeing some spots well below freezing, the first big freeze of the year. So cold air on its way across the eastern part of the country.
For this time of year, Jackson, Mississippi, and Atlanta are typically in the low 70s. I'm Joe G. Fox News.
Stop by Olive Garden for their never-ending pasta bowls. Available for lunch and dinner. Choose a pasta, choose a sauce for $19.99. Add a never-ending topping for $7.99. You can mix and match your refills at no extra charge. Refill again and again. Your entree comes with never-ending soup or salad and never-ending breadsticks. Promotion is from October to November 20. Olive Garden open every day from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for lunch and 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner. Please call 671-989-0008. Portions are not available for takeout.
Half a day. I'm Tom Fisher. Here's the harsh reality. A trip to the grocery store for the basics, eggs, bag of rice, butter, can of Spam, milk, costs almost $30, and that's just 5 items. The cost of living continues to grow, but the money doesn't. We need to roll back the business privilege tax to reduce Guam's cost of living, and I will make that happen.
Vote Thomas Fisher for senator. If you want different, vote different.
I'm Tom Fisher, and I approve this message.
What drives you? The Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration is recruiting bus drivers. You don't need any experience to apply, just a driver's license, be at least 18 years old, have a high school diploma, pass a drug test, and have a clean traffic record. We will cover the cost of training, and the best part, it is a paid internship, so you can earn money while you learn and get certified. At the end of training, you'll have a job waiting for you with the Guam Regional Transit Authority or the Department of Public Works. This is part of our administration's larger effort to strengthen our workforce through training programs at the Department of Labor and Guam Community College, where we've already helped hundreds of people get into meaningful careers. For more information, visit the American Job Center at the GCIC building in Hagåtña, 3rd floor, or call 671-475-7000.
Application period is from October 3rd to October 21st. This ad is supported by employment and training funds from the U.S. Department of Labor as part of an award totaling $4.4 million.
Half a day at 7:07. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. Nikita Teresa Ugin was the driver of a red Jeep that crashed into Jerry Kitchen, and she will go to trial sooner than expected. Ugin was charged with the DWI in connection to the crash that occurred in February of last year. She asserted her right to a speedy trial in Superior Court on Friday. Court documents state that Ugin lost control of the Jeep, hit a curb, and crashed into Jerry Kitchen by the ITC intersection in Tamuning. Prior to the charges being filed, GPD had only cited Ugin and had not administered a sobriety test. An internal affairs investigation was launched after the chief of police learned that an off-duty police officer was a passenger inside the vehicle. Surveillance video captured Ugin and her passengers taking 7 shots of alcohol each at a bar in Hagåtña prior to the crash. Trial was expected to begin in December, but Judge Alberto Tolentino scheduled a time for the parties to meet next week to finalize the new trial date. Ugin's attorney, David Lujan, says trial is not expected to take longer than a week. Meanwhile, given that COVID-19 has reached the endemic stage, the former chief medical advisor to the governor, Dr. Huang Yuen, says public health needs to push flu shots instead of the COVID vaccine. He says the majority of admissions are patients with the flu. Flu season reaches its peak between December and March. While the government continues to advocate the COVID-19 shots, Nguyen warned that the risks of the vaccine outweigh its benefits, saying COVID is now in the endemic phase with very mild symptoms from current variants and not much hospitalization. Instead, he says the COVID-19 vaccine should be given only to individuals in the high-risk group, specifically the elderly with multiple comorbidities, and should not be pushed to the general public, especially children. Despite the low number of cases, Guam's public health emergency has been extended to November 5, which Nguyen says is finance-related, not public health-related. More news after this.
News this hour is brought to you by the friendly and hardworking folks at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, Lolita, and their team of professionals. For all your real estate needs, contact Hoffaday Realty. Recently nominated as one of PICA's best real estate companies. Call 671-588-4232 or email hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. Located at 426 Chalan San Antonio, Suite 204, Tumaning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. till 4 p.m.
A pile of packaged food at the GDOE PD food warehouse meant to be given to needy local residents was dumped before being distributed as intended. Guam Education Board Chairman Mark Mendiola says he was informed that expired food items were to be distributed, but adds that when items are not fit for consumption, they dispose of them. The wasted food comes at a time when hundreds of families are homeless. The food thrown in the bin were prepackaged chicken and water from the Emergency Food Assistance Program. Mendiola clarifies that the service is a public health program managed by GDOE. Mendiola says he doesn't know why the food was not given out before its packaged expiration date. Foodsafety.gov state that frozen chicken can be consumed upward of a year past expiration dates. GDOE could not clarify when the discarded food expired. And there is a new cycle for the Homeowners Assistance Fund program and the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Struggling homeowners can now apply for up to $26,550 in relief funds during the ongoing cycle of the HAF program. Homeowners who use up all of their $15,000 in relief assistance but still need help are encouraged to apply for more funds if they're still eligible. The HAF income limit has been raised. For example, the applicant's annual income must now be equal to or below $90,000 for a single-person household and up to $151,000 for an 8-person household. Previous recipients are required to submit a continuance form, updated income docs, and billing statements. Applications for the current cycle of HAF will be accepted until next Friday, October 28. The application period for the ERA program starts next Monday, October 24. The household income limit for the rental assistance program has also been raised. For example, income for a household of one must be at or below $42,800. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Yeah, I'll get around to doing that in a second. So they threw away, all kinds of food because it was...
it's just the chicken.
That was expired?
It was expired.
Was it in a can?
No, it's I don't know.
In a can.
I don't think it was in a can because I saw
Chicken
the
in a
picture.
can.
The pictures look like the plastic thing, that you put in the freezer.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's okay because there's no such thing as expired food. If it's in a can, if it's in a box or something like that, chances are it's going to be fine after the date. There is no federal law except for I want to say baby formula. That says that the food expires. That's all manufacturers and retail code and things like that. As an example, and we'll get him on the line to talk about this, is our favorite horse doctor, Tom Poole, who, despite the fact that every Yoplait bottle or whatever container you get has an expiration date on it. And it is his belief that yogurt does not ever expire.
But most of them don't say expired. It just says
best used by.
Yeah, it's
quality.
a culture.
So just for the freshest,
So an argument. So an argument is being made here, and the Camacho ad team are doing a good job, I think. In yesterday's newspaper, they took out an ad. I finally found it here. Are you better off today than 4 years ago? Can you afford another 4 years of Lou and Josh? This is your truth, our reality. The cost of eggs up 61%, bread 17%, pork 10%, 22% for milk, depending on what kind you buy. I mean, we've seen it go up just an incredible amount, $14, $15 for a gallon here. half gallon. I got 36% increase in produce, 13% chicken, 35% increase in beef. And for those of you that like to fry your food, oil is 67%. If you can get the good stuff, if you're a restaurant, I mean, it's hard to find the good stuff. The cost of a thing for frying chicken wings and things like that have gone up significantly. And you're wondering, well, how do I save money in these times? Stop throwing your food away. Just because it has a thing on it that says best if used by, it doesn't mean that it is expired. It might not taste as great as it would have the day that you bought it, but chances are it's pretty good unless it smells funky or has got those little maggoty things on it. You can probably
That's
eat
protein
it. They're
in
gonna say
some
That's
countries.
extra protein, extra flavor.
So it's one of those things. You used to have a day at the house where we open up the refrigerator and whatever vegetables weren't eaten, whatever foods weren't, whatever, they went in a pot, and you pour water in it and some soy sauce and some spices, and then you just kind of turned it into a soup or a stew or something like that, based on well, yeah, don't tell the kids, but yeah, they've basically eaten the leftovers, and so you got old cabbages, old lettuce, or onions and garlic, throw them in a pot, turn it into a soup. Stop throwing your food away. I'll tell you how countries are dealing with this in just a bit. Here it comes the weather at 7:14. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are possible today. That's what they're saying over at the National Weather Service. Where it's all going to be coming from, I don't know. It's kind of busy in the area, but I don't see anything that is going to make me be worried about weather, maybe even rain. Partly sunny today with highs near 85 degrees. Southeast winds up to about 9 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy in the forecast tonight. We'll see the same thing tomorrow. Partly sunny skies, mostly cloudy in the evening hours. About 77 degrees at night, about 87 during the day. With a heat index, it will feel like 30%. Sun going down earlier and earlier. That is not your imagination. 6:01 for sunset tonight, and we'll watch the sun come up tomorrow morning about 6:11, 6:12 or so. There it is. News and weather together on The Point.
Guam Regional Medical City was awarded Advanced Primary Stroke Center certification from the Joint Commission. What does this mean? It means our neuroscience team is equipped with the latest technology and a team of the finest neurological doctors to treat stroke, which is one of the leading causes of death on Guam. GRMC, reflecting our commitment to providing safe and quality patient care. For more information about GRMC, visit us at grmc.gu, or to make an appointment, call 671-633-GRMC.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarty Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines. Global presence with a local home, also brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. Do you have a sweet tooth? You got one for breakfast? It just got sweeter. Try Wendy's Guam's new home-style French toast sticks. They're the stuff good mornings are made of. They got Wendy's with the new French toast sticks made with real eggs. Then they dip it in milk custard with a hint of vanilla. Available in 4-piece, 6-piece, or a 6-piece combo with seasoned potatoes and a refreshing cold brew iced coffee. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Uh, 7:17 on Guam. It's 22 days away from the general election. We got midterms that are happening on the mainland, and every once in a while I'll get a drop of information about what voters are feeling in the U.S. mainland, and is it possible that the red tide, this red wave, will be even bigger than we had hoped? The big deal for the Republicans to run on is the economy. Same thing that we saw Felix and Tony trying to run on a little bit here with that full-page ad that ran yesterday. Likewise, there are many Republicans all across the country that are using that as ways to try to lure as many independent voters and undecideds to come and vote for them. What's that, Jerry Roberts? What I didn't hear you.
Crime.
Crime, also a big one. Also a huge one. I don't know. I'm trying to confirm another an incident that took place in Tumon. Just an absolutely harrowing story, but I don't even want to talk about it until I can get some kind of confirmation out there. But yeah, we've got crime, the economy. 65% in a CBS poll said they believe that the economy is getting worse. Only 15%, and you can imagine, the AOCs and those kind of people saying, no, it's actually getting better. The economy is getting better. 20% or so say things are staying the same. By double digits, it says Democrats are still losing independents who report their personal financial situation is bad, and those for whom high prices have made their lives worse or more difficult. So that's going to be one of the things that they're running on. The Democrats are running, I think their platform all has to do with abortion, but I don't know that that's going to be able to outweigh the pressures brought on by crime and very passive kind of prosecution all across the country. Defund the police conversations that all of a sudden are no longer as popular with them as they once were, and the economy. 7:19 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. We were talking about food, and there's a story I got here. As the cost of food continues to increase across the U.S. and around the world, consumers are increasingly concerned with getting the most for their money. It's helpful to shop for deals, clip coupons, and look for other ways to keep the prices as low as possible. But there is another step everyone can take that will pay off in the long run. We were talking about this after the news. Reducing the amount of wasted food is an excellent way to ensure that your grocery budget doesn't end up literally in the trash. Not only is it good for your bank account, it's good for the environment. And unless it's good for the environment, nobody will do anything about it. But, if you eat your food instead of letting it rot, that's less methane. Which is what global warming ingredient like carbon dioxide or whatever. Yeah. Around the world.
Science class, kids.
Are you ready? Right? Gas. Supermarkets in London have removed all the expiration dates from their produce so that shoppers will stop throwing away so much food that you can still eat. That's the thing, is you take a look at you remember the old commercial, there's cash in your trash. Just because there's a sticker on it that says best if used by doesn't mean it becomes inedible that day. So they're trying to convince people by removing the expiration dates that they ought to keep eating it. In Seoul, South Korea, I did not know this, the trash collectors weigh each bin of garbage to determine how much food residents have been tossing in the trash. Now, I don't know if somebody sends you a nastygram if they think that you're throwing away too many leftovers, but could be, huh? Regulators in California have implemented a requirement for grocers to give away unsold food that is too old to sell but not too old to eat. So that area, every mom and pop store has one. Payless has got one or two where you pass by and it's reduced for quick sale because they're expired. According in California, I guess the deal is you just give it away. Just give it to people, and everybody will be happy because the food is still good.
There's food banks there. And they can get the food banks have been getting that food for a long time.
My understanding is that
restaurants too.
That some of the food banks are having a hard time. Not as many deposits being made into them.
There is more and more people coming to the food banks.
I suppose that's also true. More and more people ought to be doing food banks around here because the number of homeless and hungry we're beginning to see literally on the streets it can become somewhat alarming. I passed by there's a laundromat not too far away from the house. I passed by it on a regular basis, and yesterday it looked like there was a meeting of the homeless out in the front of it. A bunch of people kind of just sitting around eating what they had and drinking natural ice beer, I think is what they were surrounded themselves with. All right, let's take a look at what happened on the market over the weekend. We had a nice day, I guess a Thursday, good-looking day for most of the markets, and then all of a sudden Friday it all collapsed on them. S&P 500 lost 86 points to close at 3583. NASDAQ is off by 327 points, closing at 10,321. The Dow off by 403 points. That's 29,634 for them. FTSE is up by 8. Nikkei up by 800. Seriously. Nikkei went up by 853 points over the weekend. The Hang Seng almost 200 points up. Shanghai Index is green by 55 points. The VIX is up by a point, and the DAX picks up 82 points. Big winner on the markets. Well, like I said, we didn't get any big winners. Big loser on the market was NASDAQ, and Splunk and Marriott International were the only two equities companies that were traded on the NASDAQ that made any money. Everybody else was in a loser position. CGen, Amgen, Kraft Heinz, Lucid, Tesla, Zscaler, and more. On the commodities, oil at $85.61. Boy, you want to talk about a schizophrenic deal here. $91, $92 last week, now back down to $85.61. I'll take it. On base gasoline now up to $3.99. Last week it was $3.85. And if you're buying gold, $1,648. Real Joe, how's the Bitcoin thing?
19,360.
19,000. It's been stuck at 19 for a little bit, hasn't it? All right. We got.
It has replaced gold as the stable currency of the world.
Is that what it is? I don't know. Somebody we were talking, and it was a weird conversation because it was somebody that I wouldn't normally be having this conversation with. We were talking about bodily fluids, and bodily fluids becoming the next Bitcoin for pure bloods, like us, right? Never got the vaccination, never got the mRNAs or any of that stuff. It's pure blood, and any other bodily fluids, i.e., tears, are going to be coming from our pure selves and our pure bodies. And then a crazy thought occurred to me, and maybe it's not as crazy as it sounds. Okay, so let's say something bad happens to me and I need to go in for surgery, and they're worried that there could be some blood loss in this surgery or the result of an accident or something like that. And they say, well, it's okay. We'll transfuse. We'll infuse you with somebody else's blood. That's common. It happens all the time. But I don't want just anybody's blood now. I will want to take my transfusion from someone who, like me, who's unvaccinated. And I don't necessarily want to take a chance on that. So the question was, and I did ask my doctor, George Macris, what he thought of it. Can I start saving up a batch of my own blood? Just every once in a while, just take out a couple of bags of blood and then stick it in the freezer.
For yourself?
For my own self. So that if something like that, no, I'm not stupid. I don't care what you people are saying. The thought was in my head, and it would not go away all weekend long. Because, like I said, I don't want to have to worry about getting blood from somebody that is vaccinated. I am the pure blood here, right? I'm the stuff, the
I know where you're going. Well, not only that, but
yes.
your blood actually is stronger than other. Has a higher alcoholic content.
I cannot deny the man is not lying here. Which, you know what? And if I'm short on dough, just put that blood back in there and get high again, right?
There you go. No, but there are places where you can have blood taken, and it is put with your name on it. There are places where you can do that.
Correct.
You can store your own blood, but they're called hospitals.
Exactly. Hold on a second. Let me see where
poking yourself, Ray.
See what Macris had to say about this. Okay. This is the advice I got from Macris in the free zone. No worries. Blood for transfusion is tested, and the type of mRNA in the vax should not be found in red blood cells unless the person donating the blood was just vaxxed, which is unlikely. Would tend to transiently exist in nucleated cells, which mature red blood cells are not. If you're going to have an elective or planned potentially hemorrhagic surgical procedure, you can bank your own blood in advance. Not sure they can do it at GMH or GRMC, just in case. Speaking of which, and then he goes on to talk about somebody bleeding out over the weekend. I have not seen that video
But George, there's no money in that.
Is it? Yeah.
So here's the thing. Exactly what you said will probably happen. Where people who can prove they're unvaxxed, and I'm sure they'll come up with some kind of a test for this that you can prove it. But you can go in and give your blood, and they will give you a premium price for that. But when they give that unvaxxed blood to somebody who's unvaxxed and has requested it, watch the sticker price.
Well, yeah. You see how that goes up. And that's why in my head, I mean, it sounds like, Walt Disney saving his own head in a freezer somewhere.
This is America.
In Disneyland.
This is the land of opportunity. They're going to do this.
Ought to be able to buy an insurance policy on something like that, just get the actuarials together, and what are the chances that I might get, vaccine-tainted blood. Isn't it weird the way the world is turning? Just everywhere over the weekend. I managed to see a bunch of videos, basically all the same ones that came out in spring of last year, with all the talking heads, i.e. Fauci, i.e. the president of the United States, all saying the same thing: get vaccinated, and the COVID-19 will stop there, right there with you. You will not get COVID-19, and you cannot transmit COVID-19. And now the Pfizer people came out and said, we never really tested for that. Sorry about that.
Well, and now they're refusing to testify in Europe. They had a gathering. They refused to testify there. They're backing out of this now. They just want to sell the vaccine. They don't want to talk about it.
No. They keep this as quiet as possible.
There's going to be a backlash on this, and there's more and more information coming out. And I hope it doesn't go the way it seems like it's going.
Class action?
There's some hidden stuff going on here that people who have been vaxxed maybe want to be concerned about. And this is going where a lot of people the conspiracy theorists, right? This is going kind of the way they said it was going to go.
So, okay, we're going to do Extra Point after the news, because this is, I mean, it's just too ridiculous not to talk about here. There were a couple of posts that I was looking at over the weekend, people now saying if you got vaxxed, don't lose your card. And in fact, you should be able to look up what batch number you've got, find out where, when, and then be able to take that batch number and see if there were any issues that came up with their patients afterwards, and saying, okay, this batch number is responsible for, there were this many people that got the vaccine and became sick or died or whatever. Also taking a look at some of the countries in Europe, the European Union, and investigators there are beginning to look at that and saying, some of the countries with the highest vaccination rates also have among the highest death rates from COVID-19.
In England right now, if you're 12 or over, you cannot get the vaccination unless you go to your doctor and you give them a reason and they approve it.
Yeah.
They will not give you the vaccination now. And in America, we're still giving it to babies, right? Think about that.
I try not to. 7:29 in the morning, Jerry Roberts will do the Extra Point in a couple of minutes. But first, we'll take care of news and headlines with Donna D. Getting into it a little bit earlier, big shouts to the guys over at Burger King. It's Thanks for Driving Through Monday out there. What's that, Real Joe?
Yeah, I jumped the gun, man.
It's okay. It's all right. I got you. You didn't run the theme for the whatever, so I don't know why you're running the theme now. But anyway, so we got the Thanks for Driving Through Monday at BK. And these guys are also likewise in the Pika's Best in a bunch of different categories. Find out what they are and give them a vote. Give a vote to Hoffaday Realty and Lolita Kemet as well. Two different categories, but same great service. Hoffaday Realty, you can reach out to them at 588-4232. Email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. Learn more about having those guys and Lolita make all of your real estate dreams come true. Now, dreaming of news and headlines, here's Donna D. Donna, what happened?
Jerome Camacho Cruz was found not guilty of attempted murder in Superior Court on Friday. In February of this year, Cruz was arrested following a fight outside of the victim's Denito home. The victim testified Monday that he had been shot. Prosecutor Lenny Rapadas says jurors wanted more evidence and adds that the prosecution knew from the start that the case did not have as much evidence as they would have liked. In national news, former Agate resident Waltine Nauta is now a key person in a federal investigation into classified documents stored at former President Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate. Nauta was seen on security footage moving boxes out of a storage room before and after the Justice Department issued a subpoena in May. Nauta left Guam several years ago to join the military. He served as a military aide before working at the White House as chef for President Trump. Meanwhile, at a forum hosted by the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce at the Hyatt Regency on Friday, Governor Luliang Guerrero said plans to build a new hospital, public health facility, mental health facility, and veterans clinic on military land in Manilao should be ready within the next 3 to 4 years after a lease is negotiated. Leon Guerrero adds that the funding and ability to prepare the land are there and that they are ready to move forward. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
All right, thanks very much. 7:31. Now we go back to Jerry Roberts. About time to give us the Extra Point here, being brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. You ready to get set? Go?
Yes, sir.
Here's Jerry.
Scenario. You have faith that you'll achieve an important goal. You believe. Question. Can uncontrolled optimism that you will do so be an impediment to successfully reaching your ultimate objective? We'll talk about that next on the Extra Point.
Fly to new experiences with 3 times United miles with First Hawaiian Bank's United credit card. Earn 3 times per dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels until February 28th, 2023, and 2 times miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Burger King says thank you to our drive-thru guests with a very special offer. Every Monday in the month of October, visit our drive-thru locations in Tumon or Hagåtña. Every 10th car will receive a free fire-grilled Whopper coupon with your order.
This is the King's way of saying thanks for celebrating our 33 years on Guam. Check out our drive-through service, 6:30 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily. BK Your Way, Tumon Bay, Hagutya, the Micronesia Mall, and the airport.
Does the name James Bond Stockdale ring a bell? Jim Stockdale reached the rank of Vice Admiral in the U.S. Navy and was Ross Perot's running mate in the 1992 presidential election. Stockdale is best known as the highest-ranking U.S. military officer to be imprisoned in the Hanoi Hilton prisoner of war camp. He was there for 8 years, 4 of those in solitary confinement. He helped organize prisoner resistance, was tortured regularly, yet never gave his North Vietnamese captors the information they demanded. When he learned he was to be paraded in public and used as propaganda against the United States, Stockdale used a razor to disfigure himself so they couldn't do that. It's a compelling and truly amazing story of one man's will to stay on point for the people he led, even in a prison camp, and to survive under horribly stressful circumstances. When author Jim Collins wrote his acclaimed book, Good to Great, he had the opportunity to interview Stockdale and dug deep to learn how he had come through imprisonment in North Vietnam when others did not. What Stockdale told him was jaw-dropping and serves as a lesson to everyone. Stockdale outlined the experience, and his surviving came down to 2 concepts. One, now known as the Stockdale paradox. You must maintain unwavering faith that you can and will prevail in the end, regardless of the difficulties. The second, a companion concept, says that you must have the discipline to confront the most brutal facts of your current reality, whatever those facts may be. Stockdale said he never lost faith in how the story would end, never doubting that he would get out of the prison and would ultimately prevail. That said, he clearly understood the reality of his situation and the focus it would require to be successful. Collins then asked him, who were the people who didn't make it out? Stockdale said it was the optimists who built up their hopes on factors they thought would make a difference. Stockdale pointed to those who said, we're going to be out by Christmas. Christmas would come and go, and they'd still be there. Then they'd say, we're going to be out by Easter, and Easter would come and go. The optimists, said Stockdale, eventually died of a broken heart. Their hopes would rise and fall over and over, and they finally gave up. Stockdale told Collins, you must never confuse faith that you will prevail in the end, which you can never afford to lose, with the discipline to confront the most brutal facts of your current reality. The paradox and the leadership lesson for all of us is that we should never give up hope, but we can never deceive ourselves about our true condition. This also translates to our role as a leader of a team. A leader has to personify hope, that hope which you have and should be written all over your face every day, should never lead to sugarcoating troubles, to pull punches, to dance around the truth of a situation. People may not like the truth, but they deserve it. Telling people the truth means they won't be blindsided by it. If you lie to them or hold back on the facts and they learn about it the hard way, how can they ever trust you moving forward? If trust is gone, what reason could they have for hope? By presenting those facts, then giving a plan to deal with your problem, people feel respected, that you trust them, and there's a better chance for them to come together and focus on a solution. That focus should be about what we have to do right now, today, to give us the best chance to get to tomorrow. Then, what do we do tomorrow to get to the next day? Each day builds hope and strengthens faith. Jim Stockdale and others paid a huge price to give us this leadership lesson. Make good use of it. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. for 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Absolutely. Earn that as much as possible. Very, very good extra point. Worth waiting for, as a matter of fact.
Thank you, sir.
Good job, Jerry Roberts. 7:37 in the morning. Already taking care of news. Already taking care of the extra point. We'll jump into some traffic, let you know what's happening on your roadways. And this hour, we'll hear from my friend Anna from over at Carabao. She's going to tell us about football. Just a handy excuse to talk about the open house job fair that they're going to be having today. So if you are looking for a job someplace fun to work, can you imagine? You get a job over at Carabao, you could see me like 3 or 4 times a week. Right? One way or the other.
You
Sunday,
get canned,
Sundays.
They can you for drinking on the job.
A what? No, I would be like the greeter.
The door greeter.
We talked about a variety of
You're
positions I might be able
maitre d'.
to hold in there. You know, like you go to Vegas and you go to some bathrooms in Vegas. There's a guy in there that'll hand you Tic Tacs and gum
Yes,
and
a
some
mint, sir.
spritz. Yeah, a little something for maybe you want to wash your hand after you're done, sir. Here's a clean towel, that kind of thing. Jerry, yes.
I forgot to do something. I saw some folks. No, I saw some folks on Friday at the post office. They're big Ray Gibson listeners.
Hey.
And we had a conversation. George Cabrera and Therese Uggan, we salute you for being out there in the Point family. Thank you for being there.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
They spoke highly of you.
Right-click on Pam Duvall's name and see if we can add you to the Point Pandemic crew, who I couldn't make it over the weekend, but on Saturday they had a big deal over at Pirates Cove. That's how this has grown, even beyond me and the Klitsky. Is I tell you what, we're going to have a big party over at Pirates Cove. I can't make it. Yeah, we're still having it. We're still going to have the party, whether you're there or not, and they did. And I love all of the pictures. You guys know I've got FOMO, fear of missing out, and honestly, I missed out big over the weekend. 7:38, Ray Gibson Show continues after these.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Half a day, Guam. Dr. Bob and the team at Guam Pet Hospital humbly ask for your vote in the annual Pika's Best veterinary category. You can vote every day at guampdn.com. We pride ourselves on honesty, integrity, and client education. Our advanced pet care includes a full in-house digital laboratory, digital x-rays, cancer screening, soft tissue surgery, orthopedic surgery, and an intensive care unit for the emergencies. Please vote Guam Pet Hospital for Pika's Best Veterinary, because your pets deserve the best.
Thank you. Nice. 7:40 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by the guys over at Nissan. And you know what they do at Nissan as well? Used cars. You might be there, so used cars? Don't people go there for buy a new car? Yeah, you buy a new car, and generally the one that you're taking with you, that you're already in, has some value to it. And the guys over at Nissan are crazy about getting these things. A 32-point inspection. These guys look at everything. Tighten what needs to be tightened, loosen what needs to be loosened. WD-40 this, and we're going to make this car look and smell and feel brand new. All kinds of makes and models, not just Nissans, and an incredible number of vehicles for every lifestyle, every budget. Maybe you need something for the office. They can take care of that as well. Manager specials. All right, I love this. A 2015 Infiniti QX60. $24,995. And it's got everything in it. Keyless entry, keyless start, alloy wheels, got Bluetooth in there for your phones and your music, sunroof, around view cameras, and a Bose audio system. $24,995. Hurry. Me talking about this on the radio at that price, somebody's going to be taking out their credit card and putting some money down on that Infiniti. It should be you. Easy financing is available, and if you've got a car that you want to give to them, they'll be happy to take that in trade, or just simply buy whatever it is that you are tired of driving around. 741 NissanGuam.com for details. Is it time for the traffic? Yes, let me see what's going on in the traffic. Put this up on the screen. Now, this is what it looked like last time I checked. Let me see if it's going to be changing out too much. Yeah, it got worse. Traffic, Marine Corps Drive southbound into Dededo. Watch out for it. We got heavy traffic all the way down to the intersection of 1 and 3. Traffic over by GMC, Guam Regional Medical City, running slower than normal. Got a little bit of traffic over at the intersection of 1 and 16. I call that the Chicken Joy intersection, but it looks like it's busier on 16 on to 27. So if you're on that road, expect some delays in both directions. 8, 10, and 16, busy. busy. We got traffic leading up to 10 and 15, northbound traffic, as it were. Looks like it's running fairly busy as well. A lot of dogging in and out traffic on Route 8. Route 4, busy in some of the usual spots, but traffic's moving. Now, we are seeing traffic running a little bit slow over Big Navy and Sumai, and for some reason, it looks like everybody is able to make it through that construction zone in Santa Rita with a little bit of ease. I'm not seeing that all redded out like it normally is, so that's good news, I guess. 7:42 in the Ray Gibson Show. Be right back.
Hafade, I am Carl Gutierrez, and I am the leader and steward of GVB, and I will not stand by helplessly while others spread lies.
Guam Visitors Bureau had a $20 million allocation, but yet expended the whole, they encumbered the whole $20 million. There's zero balance there. And
the ARP?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, ARP, $20 million.
And you're saying it's been encumbered?
Yes, the entire $20 million.
The accusation that GVB has a zero balance is false. GVB has $13.5 million in the bank, ready to support the needs of our visitor industry. The GVB Board of Directors approved the expenditures of $6.5 million in federal American Rescue Plan money to be replenished by Governor Lou Leon Guerrero. This funded air service development, the increase of passenger and cargo traffic, PCR testing for visitors returning to their homelands, and upgrades for Destination Guam, USA.
When there's no tourists coming to Guam, when there's no flights coming into Guam, they spent $20 million
$20 million.
GVB.
Right.
The $6.5 million in ARP dollars has funded the arrival of over 216,000 visitors. That's 90,000 more than the original estimate of 130,000 arrivals. When electioneering politicians play fast and loose with the truth in an attempt to win office with cheap shots, it makes for sensational headlines, but it also misinforms our people and seeks to impugn the good reputation of organizations like GVB. GVB is working in the spirit of stewardship to create new jobs and fresh opportunity for the kind of responsible Guam that others talk about but never seem to deliver. Under my watch, GVB will always be accountable to the people of Guam as we make the visitor industry serve the interests of residents first.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Oh my God, 7:45 already? This day is moving way too fast. Try Subway's new Baja Chicken and Bacon for lunch, loaded with hand-pulled rotisserie-style chicken, hickory smoked bacon, pepper jack cheese, and then they drizzle that with their Baja Chipotle sauce with your choice of hand-sliced veggies, fresh baked bread. That's the way they do that at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Have you started looking for my Christmas songs, bro? Have you already started looking for my Christmas music?
Yeah,
whatever.
I do.
Yeah,
Donna's going to get me some Christmas
Donna's going to
music,
help out.
she
Yeah, well, we're getting close. How many? 70-some-odd days until Christmas time?
I don't count down to Christmas. Let me go check now.
Well, I mean, we are in the Burr months. I mean, we're between all three of us. We got enough Filipino blood in us to be able to say that we've got
69, dude.
All right, America's everybody's favorite number. All right, 7:46 on the Ray Gibson Show. I got to give you a warning right now. We are going to talk about football. We weren't going to. I was going to save that for a little bit later on in the morning. But my friend Anna, who is on the line right now from Carabao. Good morning, Anna. How you doing?
Good morning.
Oh, we don't not yet. We don't have to do that yet. You're just trigger happy with the theme music today. All right. Well, so Anna is. We're talking about a job fair they're doing over at Carabao, and while there might be other reasons, I think the number one reason why you'd like to get a job over at Carabao is the opportunity to see me no less than about 3 times a week, right?
I'd say 3 to 4, yeah.
Yeah, Sando Sunday, hang out with the guys from Southern Mountain Gear on Tuesday nights, and just every once in a while, because I feel like going and having something a little bit different in terms of beer and hanging out with some really, really cool people. That's why you want to do that. But it occurs to me, is it Tuesday now where there's nobody in the kitchen over at Carabao?
Yeah, so tomorrow night we're going to have the food truck. We'll be parked outside in the evening, and we'll have a regular lunch. But one of the reasons for this job fair is just we're a bit low on staff right now, so we had to close our kitchen.
But I tell you what, there's a part of me I mind, and there's a part of me I don't mind. It reminds me of the early days of Carabao, where you go hang out there, and we'd have Joey and his food trucks, or being able to go to Tommy's and get a pizza and bring it on in, or a poke fry. I knew a bunch of guys that were doing poke frying and coming in with bowls and stuff like that. And I always thought, what a cool place to just kind of hang out, drink some craft beer, and enjoy each other's company, and food from all over the place. It's always, you go by somebody's table and you go, man, I want that. but great opportunities to get in there and work with kind of an adventurous kitchen and adventurous team of chefs that you've got at Carabao. Sando Sunday, never the same sandwich twice.
We've done well. I can't say we haven't repeated, but it is few and far between. We're trying to make it new and exciting.
I am unaware of any of the repeats, but if we're putting together a list, I might be able to help you with some that I would absolutely love to come back. 7:48 in the morning. So anyway, I said you can't just call in and talk about a job fair. You got to bring some value to the program. And little known fact about Anna over at Carabao, huge sports fan, all over the baseball yesterday, and likewise. You are up early to watch what's going on in football, huh?
I am. I will say that not too exciting for me this morning in terms of football. I'm watching Arizona and Seahawks. Seahawks beating Arizona right now 9-3. They also have KC beating 7-3. KC beating Buffalo. But yeah, I will say I'm losing zero games to 5 right now in my fantasy football. So I wouldn't say I was the best football.
Wait, hold on. You have a fantasy football league?
Yeah, we're part of one, Ben and I.
Oh, okay. I was going to say no, because I think it's fantastic, the idea of women having participating in sports that way. There aren't too many in my mind. Probably surprised me if I did. So we've got the theme music now. Are you going to go through all of the early game scores?
Oh man, I can probably pull that up for you pretty quick.
Well, if you don't, I will. If you don't, I will. Look, this was just a goof-off excuse to get you on the radio. So you got a job fair taking place.
I'll give you the rundown on baseball all day, but football might take me.
That's okay. I'll get the scores up a little bit later on. So a job fair taking place today over at Carabao, normally closed.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We are closed today, so we're going to have a job fair 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. Come in anytime. We're hiring all the way down from entry-level positions all the way up through lead management. So we've got about 20 different positions to fill. So we've got lots of room.
Wow. Okay. So definitely in the kitchen, definitely front of house. But there's some interesting things that you guys do back of house, like make your own beer. Any positions where somebody might be able to come in, get a job, and learn the craft?
We are, yes. We're actually hiring for an assistant brewery position. So learning from the ground up, we'll teach you everything you need to know about making beer. We're also looking for a seller position and then sales position. So we've got everything beer related. We'll teach you everything you need to know. So
I'm kind of interested. You've got a couple of guys that work on the brewery side that have come up from the ground since the opening. I mean, kids from here that have learned the craft from Ben and you.
Yes. Yeah, we started our very first brewer started in the kitchen. He was a dishwasher. Learned to be a line cook, and then moved in to be our head brewer for a while. So, yeah, we're open to bringing you up from the ground level.
Well, now let me just dress that position up a little bit more. It's not like he's taking the recipes from Ben and putting them together. This guy has learned it so well. He has now come up with his own craft beer recipes and is now brewing that in the house.
That is correct.
I think that's awesome.
So. Yeah.
All right. So does the job pay anything?
There are some beer benefits, definitely, but yes, it does pay.
I was going to say, it's all you can drink position. How do you keep people like me and Real Joe away from that? So 11 until 7 o'clock today over at Carabao and Agania.
Yes, Correct.
All right. Looking forward to seeing you and the guys again. Well, maybe next weekend more baseball.
Absolutely. Come hang out. Baseball starts Wednesday. We've got bands on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You know the rundown. So
Yeah, I kind of do. I kind of do now on football days, or when there's a big thing going on. I mean, you guys open the doors any earlier for that, for like game day stuff?
Yeah. Yeah, we're opening Tuesdays. We open early for Monday Night Football.
There you go.
Open early. Come have some beers at 10:30 in the morning.
Hey, no judge. No judging is cool. And I'll talk to you pretty soon. If you want information, find me. I'll put you in touch with her. Or you can find Anna on Facebook, and Carabao's all over the social media.
Yes, thank you so much for having me, Ray.
Anytime. 888-825-5888-TALK, 7:52 in the morning. And I know that, we've got a bunch of, cool political proxy things that are out there and afoot. You've got former Governor Felix Camacho and Tony Ada and Mike Sinicolas in some kind of a video blog thing that they've got going on. It's part of the campaign, obviously. And it looks like they took a swing at GVB, and Carl T.C. Gutierrez, another former governor, says, not so fast. You believe Carl if you want to. Don't believe him if you don't want to. But here's the numbers, and I got this from Jerry Perez, and I don't know that there's anybody that has got the smarts to be able to contradict him. Jerry says that $6.5 million that Carl is talking about in that spot generated more than $35 million to the local economy, and simply being able to take some of these subsidized dollars and provide tests to Korean and Japanese travelers, saving them money before they go home, meant that they had more money to spend here, and they did. 7:55. It'll be 7:55 in a second. But the other topic that is kind of interesting is, the state of the economy and the way the costs of everything have gone up. And you can open up yesterday's newspaper and see an ad from Felix and Tony talking about the regular increases in staples that we buy over at the store all the time. And you might be wondering, well, how do I save on that? And the answer might be, don't throw away food that's perfectly good just because it's got a sell-by or best if used by date or something like that on it. It doesn't mean that after that date it would become inedible, and something that we've been talking about, and I still haven't really gone all the way through with the experiment. Dr. Tom Poole joins me now on the program. How you doing, Doc? How's retirement?
Oh, it's lovely, Ray. I'm loving it.
Are you? No, I'm serious. Are you having a good time with it? Because for so long you had been at the helm as our territorial veterinarian, and they found a replacement for you. I don't know that there is any way that you could replace a Tom Poole, but interesting to know.
No, I think I've been very thoroughly replaced, and I'm very happy about it.
I guess. What are you doing these days that's keeping you occupied?
Well, I'm teaching more. I picked up another class at the University of Guam, and I'm teaching at the University of Wyoming School of Pharmacy by Zoom. That's in their postgraduate department there. Doing that, and then I've got a couple of new consulting contracts out of Washington, D.C., so I'm very busy. I'm busier probably even than I was before, but I really enjoy it.
I'm so glad to hear that you are keeping busy. It's nice to know that you have still got a lot of talents that are in demand. 7:55 now, and one of the concepts, as I said, going into the conversation about saving money, is don't throw away food that you can still eat. There seems to be a whole lot of extraordinary emphasis that is placed on the viability of food after a certain kind of date that they put on the packaging. And in fact, Britain has now banned the practice of putting sell-by dates or expiration dates on food because people are throwing away perfectly edible food. And your example has always been yogurt.
Yeah, correct. Or actually any dairy product, those things are really quality numbers and not safety numbers. I was sitting there as you were talking, I was trying to think, let me think of something that really becomes a safety issue after it's best if used by date, and I really can't think of anything, in terms of it. So it's almost always a quality issue, and so I'm talking about food. Some drugs actually do expire and they don't work anymore.
Right.
Although many of them don't. They have expiration dates that really just don't mean anything.
Well, you're a bread baker on top of many things, and make your own sourdough, and you've got the sourdough yeasty thing kind of floating around, so it's different anywhere you go just because of what's in the air. But yeast, as another example, yeast is one of those things. If you don't use it in time, it ain't going to give you the required results, and you ain't going to get as much lift out of the dough as you'd like to. So there are some things, but it ain't necessarily going to mean you can't make any bread.
Yes, that's
just
true.
Change it out, get new yeast.
I really had a hard time changing my wife over from that because, she was chucking stuff that was just getting close to the use-by date. And she thought it was going to, change it to plutonium or something. She just wouldn't consider, But then there was a lot of things I had to. She thought it was disreputable to buy things on sale. She thought that was just almost like stealing. That you really shouldn't do that. Well, I broke her from all of that, but and from the use-by dates because especially out here where we're at kind of the end of the food distribution chain, then our stuff tends to be a little older anyway, and so I wish we could get people to stop throwing things away. Just now they should absolutely be price reduced. And when I was in the military, that was one of the things that I bang on the commissaries about is that you guys can sell this, but it's not fair to sell to people at full price because it's not. It probably doesn't have the quality that it had a few weeks ago.
Right.
And so, but that's okay. Give the price reduction and let them decide.
Well, there are many places where you can go where you will see something like that, where they've got prices reduced because they're expired or close to expiring. So the quality is not going to be the same, but it's still just as good for you. I mean, maybe a flavor is going to be off here or there, but it isn't anything that's probably going to send you to the hospital. 7:58 and change. I was frankly looking for an excuse to get you on the phone anyway and say hello, tell you I miss our walks, and I hope we get a chance to go back to doing that.
Let's do it. Thanks, Ray.
All right, buddy. You have a fantastic rest of the day. Former territorial veteran Tom Poole, who seems to be having what is this? Another midlife?
Oh yeah,
just a little bit of a renewal there after retirement. Yeah, 7:58 and change. Coming up, Fox News Live. We'll find out what the big deal is. And just because I don't have time to drum up anything else, but I think it's interesting, I want to introduce to you on the screen right now, Pan Solo. Not Han Solo, it's Pan Solo.
Why, Ray?
It is the Star Wars Han Solo. You remember when they encased him in what was that? Was the
carbonite?
Donna knows. Yeah, carbonite.
I don't know.
You don't
adamantium?
Oh my God!
I don't know.
She's like the geekiest girl I know.
Star Wars people,
yeah,
man.
Every time I think she's gonna go all otaku on me on something, she's like, yeah, Star Wars. Never seen one episode. Don't know what the hell you're talking about. Anyway, so they have now recreated. I guess somewhere in California, they have recreated the Han Solo encased in carbonite, except they made it out of bread. That's why they're calling him Pan Solo. Huh?
Oh, I like it.
Pun Solo, right?
Pun.
Say it around here. Like it's our thing. I'll leave that up on the screen so you can take a look at it, maybe get inspired. No, they're not going to eat it after this expiration date, after the best if used by date. On this, they're going to allow it to compost, which is what I do with my bread as well. It's 8 o'clock. It's time for Fox News on the Point.
Many Americans want government help. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. That's a finding of a new Fox News poll.
The poll shows slightly more than half of respondents, 52%, want help from the people they sent to Washington. Just last year, 47% urged the government to leave them alone. Right now, 78% describe the economy as fair or poor. That's a high percentage, but the first time that number's been under 80% since May. Results show 71% of families say they've had to do at least some cutting back in the current economy. As far as ideology is concerned, the poll indicates 54% say they believe America is moving away from capitalism and toward socialism.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Liberated areas in Ukraine are bracing for winter as many are still without heat or electricity. Fox's Trey Yingst has more from Kyiv.
Ahead of winter, Ukrainian officials are trying to find this balance between liberating new territory and addressing the needs of the civilian population. Eastern Ukraine is bracing for continued fighting in the coming weeks, but civilians are finding it difficult to get by with ongoing shelling and a lack of resources. But with limited assistance flowing to these frontline areas, they face an uphill battle.
Pro-Kremlin officials blamed Ukraine for a rocket attack that damaged the mayor's office in Donetsk. A few positive words from Dr. Anthony Fauci about Donald Trump, saying the former president should be proud for his COVID-19 vaccine accomplishments.
Just as he takes the blame for things in the administration, he should take the credit for things in the administration. That was a positive thing, Operation Warp Speed.
Fauci telling ABC's This Week the pandemic response became political very quickly because it began when there was a divided society during an election year. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day. I'm Bishop Mendiola, and I'm running for senator to promote lower cost of living, increase our food security, and ignite new economic sector development. I will put to work my fresh ideas, my experience as a small business owner to create legislation that removes the red tape on our economic growth. I want to pave the way to a prosperous, wealthy, and self-sustainable island community. I'm Bishop Mendiola, number 13 on the Republican ballot, and I approve this message.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Now. We might not have heard the last public hearing from the House panel investigating last year's Capitol riot after all. Fox's Jared Halpern has more from Capitol Hill.
Asked at a forum at the University of Notre Dame about the House Select Committee's decision to wait until a final hearing to subpoena former President Trump, Vice Chair Republican Liz Cheney said this.
It's not necessarily the last day of the hearings.
But Cheney adds the committee wanted to talk to as many witnesses as possible before seeking testimony from the former president.
It's very important that the investigation be conducted in a way that is rigorous and disciplined and responsible.
At that hearing last week, Cheney said the committee has information to consider multiple criminal referrals to the Justice Department. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
An accused serial killer captured early yesterday in Northern California. Police in Stockton say he was looking for another victim. Zach Sauce with Fox affiliate KTVU reports from Stockton.
Police announcing the arrest of 43-year-old Wesley Brownlee of Stockton. He said police believe it shot and killed at least 5 men in Stockton starting back in July and another man in Oakland back in April of last year. Police say they believe Brownlee was busy searching for his next victim when he was arrested in Stockton. Police say tips from the community, ballistics tests, and surveillance video all allowed them to track down Brownlee and tie him to those crimes. As for a potential motive behind these killings, police say that remains unclear. Brownlee, meantime, is expected to be in court Tuesday afternoon for his arraignment.
Police say Brownlee was armed, wearing dark clothes, and had a mask around his neck when they arrested him. Some victims of Friday's mine explosion in northern Turkey were buried today. The blast killed 41 miners and injured 11. 5 are in critical condition with severe burns over much of their body. I'm Joe Chio, Fox News.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
A cat has 9 lives. Baseball gives us 9 innings and 9 players on the field. Greek mythology introduced us to 9 muses. A stitch in time saves 9. Everyone wants to dress to the 9s or have the whole 9 yards. And happiness is found on cloud 9. This election, please vote number 9, Attorney Thomas Fisher for Senator on the Republican ballot.
I'm Thomas Fisher, and I approve this message.
Drake Diaz, treasurer.
Subway's Eat Fresh, Refresh chicken choices have so much. How are we going to fit them all in one commercial?
Subway's new Baja Chicken and Bacon is loaded with hand-pulled rotisserie-style chicken, hickory smoked bacon, sprinkled with spicy buttery pepper jack cheese, and drizzled with Subway's Baja Chipotle sauce. Man, this is making me hangry.
And get this, Subway's Chicken Bacon Ranch is stuffed with melted Monterey cheddar cheese, tender all-white meat chicken on your choice of fresh hand-sliced veggies and freshly baked bread. You pick the tagline.
At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, easy, and secure. Visit nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. The Chamorro Land Trust Commission wants to issue new residential and agricultural leases for the first time in 4 years, but unresolved legal problems with the 1995 waiting list limit the land trust's ability to process more applicants. With thousands of people still on the waiting list, the Land Trust was only able to reach out to the next 5 names on the list last month. Leases are supposed to be issued on a first applied, first lease basis, but the Land Trust administration over the years illegally allowed newer applicants to jump to the front of the line by switching places with an earlier applicant. The AG's office says it is illegal for living applicants to give their place in line to someone else, and any leases issued as a result of line swapping are null and void. But the Land Trust Commission can transfer a dead applicant's place in line to another eligible applicant. Lawmakers required the Land Trust to publish a list of contacted applicants before the waiting list, because the waiting list is nearly 30 years old and much of the contact information is now incorrect. The commission is scheduled to meet 1 o'clock this Thursday afternoon. Meanwhile, Philippine Airlines plan to code-share partnership with American Airlines to ramp up service to Guam and boost its presence in the United States remains on hold due to United Airlines' pending protest. American Airlines proposed to put its code on several operated by PAL, and PAL area manager Israel Fontanilla says this helps build a wider network. The proposed code share agreement would apply to Manila Honolulu, Manila Guam, Manila Tokyo, and Cebu Tokyo routes. PAL has proposed to operate its low-cost subsidiary PAL Express on Guam, hoping to bring more flights that would facilitate connecting passengers in the region to PAL. The proposed service was supposed to begin in March of 2020, but United has continued to block PAL's proposed code share agreement. United's protest was related to a nearly 4-year-old complaint about what is described as unfair treatment in Manila. More news after this.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nambo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nambo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nambo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nambo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nambo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
At the GAR virtual town hall meeting on Thursday, former Governor Felix Camacho vowed to roll back the business privilege tax from 5% to 4% and to eliminate the 100% tax on real estate improvements valued at $1 million or more. Camacho said condominium unit owners are subject to additional tax even if their individual units are worth less than $1 million. He says it's unfair and the law needs to be repealed. Camacho's running mate, Senator Tony Addis, says the unintended consequences of the real estate tax could have been avoided had there been proper consultation with the stakeholders before the law was enacted. The Republican team agreed that repealing the tax levy would reduce rental rates. Ada also suggested exploring BPT exemptions for contractors and developers who build homes to lower the cost of construction. And some good news for low to moderate income families. Renovations of 15 low-income housing units in the Lotta Gardens subdivision in Dedido will be completed by the end of the month. Lotta Gardens was first built in the 1960s. The latest renovations will be the first of 23 units in Phase 1 of the project by the Guam Housing Corporation. A total of 38 units in Lotta Gardens will be renovated in 3 to 4 phases to increase the supply of affordable housing. Phase 1 was scheduled to be finished 8 months after the groundbreaking in February. The remaining 8 units in Phase 1 will be completed on or before the 22nd of November. The cost of the project will be upwards of $1.3 million paid for with Guam Housing and ARP funds. Once all the units in Phase 1 are done, the corporation board will determine the process of who will be eligible to move in. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Okay, I can do weather. I'll get around to doing weather. Not that it changes all that much around here. Wet weather or not so wet weather, and I think that's what we had over the weekend. Earlier, I'd mentioned that the Point Familia got together over at Pirates Cove, and yeah, we've got pictures.
Leche.
Is that a huge? Whoa!
Yeah. So Rico's wife and Sarita and other October birthdays got celebrated. You can see the covers were put up over at Pirates Cove.
Oh, is that what that is?
Big weekend. You know who had a big weekend as well? Is the parent-teacher group from over at McCool.
Oh.
They had that
the pop-up shop thing.
Yeah, the pop-up shop thing.
My sister was there.
Did she?
Yeah.
How long did it take her to get in? Because there was a line.
She didn't tell me.
There was they posted a picture.
Oh no, she was a vendor.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah.
so already inside, because there were people that were outside just before it started, saying there was already a huge line on Sunday for people that were trying to get in there. So congratulations to the McCool PTO and the hot PTO moms of the school for another great event. There's, I'm sure, going to be a couple of things coming down the road. So they know that they're allowed to come here anytime their husbands are off island. No.
Deployed.
Anytime they've got something going on over at the PTO. It's okay, Admiral. I'm just kidding. We've got partly sunny skies today. Daytime highs near 85 degrees. Southeast winds 7 to 9 miles an hour. For tonight, mostly cloudy. Overnight low 76 degrees. East-southeast winds 6 to 9 miles an hour. I do have the weather thing, the weather radar, so you can take a look at what's happening kind of in our area, looking at some breezes and some clouds, maybe some rain coming in from the eastern side, washing over the north end of town. South has already seen some of that weather already here today. We've got partly sunny in the forecast for tomorrow as well. Mostly cloudy tomorrow night and partly sunny by the time it gets to be Wednesday. With the heat index, it'll feel like 92 degrees here. Sunset is going to be coming in a little bit earlier than you're used to, and I want to say a little bit more southerly than you're used to. You're going to start seeing oh my God! So Friday night, I'm meeting up with my regular Sunset crew down over at the spot. And you know what it looked like on Friday night, right? And I'm looking at my watch. It's like 6:03, 6:04. And I'm looking out at the horizon and said, okay, guys, it's sunset. And it looked exactly the same as it did 5 minutes before. And 5 minutes later, it looked exactly the same. Just same dark clouds on the horizon. And that was Friday night. But hey, who knows what's going to be happening? Never turn your back on a Guam sunset. Tonight at 6:01 is what it's scheduled for. 8:13 and news and weather together on The Point.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Half a day. I'm Bisho Mendiola, and I'm running for senator to promote lower cost of living, increase our food security, and ignite new economic sector development. I will put to work my fresh ideas, my experience as a small business owner to create legislation that removes the red tape on our economic growth. I want to pave the way to a prosperous, wealthy, and self-sustainable island community. I'm Bisho Mendiola, number 13 on the Republican ballot, and I approve this message.
Yeah. Do I want to read this story? If for those of you that are paying attention to football, just take your eyes, blink your ears for just a second. Fox News reporting that Tom Brady and the Bucs suffer stunning loss to the Steelers behind a stiff defense. Mitchell Trubisky touchdown. And there might be more on that. We'll go over some of the numbers, early games, and where we're at in the late games. But in the meantime, it's 8:14. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines. Global presence with a local home also being brought to you by GRMC. Aren't they Pika's Best for best hospital on Guam? No, but it's an excuse for you to go to Pika's Best and look up Best Radio Personality. Click on where it says Ray Gibson. That's who I'm asking you to vote for right now. And The Point for Best Radio Station. Appreciate that. And if you can, do me a favor, like Donna D missed vote over the weekend. She missed a day of voting. So what you can do is, what you want to do is create another account with another email address and go ahead and vote that way. So you can get, just fill in the gaps from where you might have missed a vote over the weekend. It's 8:15. Pika's Best Guam Election Commission Manager coming up next.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Oh, the Lehigh is on and operational 8:15 in the morning. Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. And absolutely delighted to get the Guam Election Commission Director on the line, Maria Pangilinan. Maria, how was your weekend?
Maulik, Sahaga, Ray Gibson.
Mine was also very Maulik. I did not do a whole lot. You know, went out looking for a sunset on Friday. Got to hang out with some friends and a hot tub on Saturday. And then yesterday watching baseball with Jim Bonanno and Ben and Ann over at Carabao. So real light. I was thinking about going to vote on Saturday because I saw, you know, on my Facebook feed, all of the pretty girls that work for Jim Moylan were posting pictures of them and the rest of the Republicans on the way to Ukudu. And I thought maybe I need to go over there, but I just never got the motivation. So how'd everybody do? Are you great first week of early voting? I understand you got almost 2,000 people in 1 week.
1,800.
That's almost 2,000.
Yes, and then, but I was a little disappointed at Okudu. We got more voters on a daily basis than we did at Okudu.
Maybe we need to publicize that a little bit more.
You're going to help me.
I'm going to help you. Yeah. So another In the Village voting is going to be taking place this coming Saturday.
At Guam Community College.
Okay.
In the multipurpose auditorium from 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock. You can come. Anybody from across the island can come and vote. And if you're not registered to vote yet, you can register and vote at the same time. 10 o'clock to 3 o'clock.
Gotcha.
Saturday, Guam Community College.
All right, Donna D. Real Jill, make a note of it. We talk about that all week long to make sure that everybody knows. If you're too busy this week to go and get the early voting in over at the hotel, you can go to GCC on Saturday and get all of that stuff done. And maybe an opportunity to swing by the Republican tents and say hello and hug and a kiss to all of the pretty girls that work for Chris Duenas and Jimmy Moylan. Just FYI, 8:17 in the morning. But understand, 1,800 or so people showed up last week over at the Westin, and that's closing in on what, about a third of what showed up for the early voting in the primary election, right? So I think you guys are on track maybe to beat the primary early voting numbers, don't you think?
Daily, we've been beating it. Yes. Yes. But, 1,800 includes the 340 from Okudu.
Oh, I see what you're saying. All right. Well, the numbers are moving and people are aware. And I can tell the people are aware because it's one of those things where as soon as you vote, you got to take a picture of your I voted sticker and post that on social media. So I know I'm seeing a whole lot of that. Not all 1,800, but I do know a lot of people have gone out there and got the early voting. Now, we're not doing that today, right?
No. Starting tomorrow, every Tuesday through Friday.
Well, I'm getting nothing but good reports from voters that have taken advantage of the service over at the Westin. They kind of like the way that you can do things, get it all done, lickety-split, and the service apparently is really good. Whatever it was that you needed to learn from the primaries have been learned and are in effect right now over at the Westin.
Yes, and every day it's a continuous improvement process, so we're trying.
Gotcha. Anything else that voters need to know as we get into this Monday, what their responsibilities are? I mean, you can wait out the 22 days and just show up at your regular precincts on Election Day. But for some people, the convenience and just get it done and over with factor is very, very attractive.
Yes. So tomorrow, October 18th, we will motor voter, online voter registration, and volunteer voter registration will stop tomorrow at about 5 o'clock. So starting tomorrow at the mayor, and you can still register at the mayor's offices.
Well, you can register online.
Yes. But starting tomorrow, online is going to be down. Not tomorrow, on the 19th, or tomorrow at 5 o'clock, online voter registration will be down.
Okay, well, it's for not like forever or for just this election?
Oh, no, for just this election.
Okay.
For just this election. And then tomorrow, starting tomorrow, anybody can go to the mayor's offices, the 19 mayor's offices, and register to vote up until 8 o'clock each night. up until October 24th.
Okay, silly question, but I'm MTM, but let's say I'm hanging out with my buddy Jess down in Petey. Can I register to vote in MTM while I'm in Petey?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You cannot be turned away.
Gotcha. Well, there it is, the Constitution, Organic Act. It's all wrapped up in one. So get out there and ponder who it is that you're going to be voting for, the number of races for which to put your vote down. We've got, obviously, the governor, lieutenant governor, 15 people that need to be put into the legislature, the 37th Guam legislature, attorney general race. We've got a congressional race going on, ed board, and I'm waiting for things to start getting crazy on that one. And in the CCU, a bunch of commissioners looking for your continued confidence in the job that they're doing.
Yes, and Ray Gibson, can we do a shout out for the homebound voters?
Yeah.
Call us at 477-9791. Give us the information on the homebound voter, and we will come out to you to serve you. So either the caregiver or the homebound voter can call us at 477-9791. As of last week, we serviced over 100 homebound voters.
I'm sure that's much appreciated by the families. Sometimes you get some people, they're in a situation where they're very, very hard to move. 8:21 in the morning. Maria, you have a fantastic rest of the day. We are at your service. And between me and Real Joe and Donna D, we will tell everybody to show up at GCC this weekend. Get that early voting done there.
Ray Gibson.
I'll talk to you pretty soon. Hug and a kiss all day long. It's 8:22 on the Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. We're working all the way through this Monday, but throw out the warning. It's going to get to be Thursday soon, and on Thursdays I have been called every single Thursday to go and take care of the criminal justice system. The judges need my help. They need my help. They need to have somebody take a look at these cases and go, yeah, that guy's a dirty SOB and needs to be before a judge and a jury. I tell you though, every once in a while, we get one of these cases where, it could go in either direction here. I think we're gonna give this to the pettit jury. That's what we're going to do. Going to give it to little guys here and let them and the attorneys and the judges sort it out. But a couple of interesting stories they're floating around here with regard to the criminal justice system. There is. Is it the front page of the Guam Daily Post? I think it is. I think it's today's or yesterday's Guam Daily Post, where they're talking about now the girl that got in trouble for allegedly ramming the Jeep into Jerry Kitchen.
Allegedly her.
Yeah, well, here's the all day on this one now. That was a weird case to begin with. It was a weird case to begin with because it was one of those where basically a popular downtown restaurant was demolished by a Jeep that plowing into the thing at a zillion miles an hour, and kind of frightening footage at that.
That's what I don't understand, though.
And there were no arrests. Nobody was tested for anything. And
There's a cop in there.
What do we got? What was it? Imprudent driving? Was that the height of it?
But it's as if she aimed for it, because nothing else was damaged, and like you hit a curb and then you hit the second unit of the building.
So there is, if you go by the place, if you're familiar with the place, you know that there are concrete poles that would have anybody else at any other time. I mean, you want to talk about there, but for the grace of God, you go. It could have easily gone a couple of feet over in one direction, a couple of feet over in the other direction, and it would have been the Jeep rams into utility poles. But it didn't. It threaded the needle and went through them over the curb, which still didn't stop it, but thankfully maybe slowed it down so that the Jeep didn't end up in the back of the building, right? It came to rest in the front. But the point is that there was no serious investigation that took place. It was like, oh, there's an accident. Anybody dead? No. Okay, we'll call the tow trucks. Bye-bye. And that was it. It wasn't until the media started calling it out, saying, what do you mean all we got here is an imprudent driving? There's got to be a little bit more than that, for heaven's sakes. Maybe it was because of the nature of the people that were involved or in the vehicle. And let me just put it this way. It took a phone call from Cousin Troy to Chief Ignacio to find out what the hell was going on and whether or not there was going to be any more by way of investigation. There was, and they sorted out who that night was allegedly behind the wheel. And now I think this is more of a tactical move on their part. They have asked for and received they did not waive the speedy trial. which is normally something that is done because, it's going to take a while to get all the evidence, put all of that kind of thing together. And I think it is tactical. I think their lawyer is saying the Attorney General's prosecuting office is so jacked up right now that they're never going to be able to put together a compelling case. So it might be one of those things where, tell you what, we'll see your speedy trial, and maybe we'll just plea everything down and make you attend a class or something like that. Help pay things down, or maybe the insurance guy. It feels more like a tactical move than anything else to force the Attorney General's office into a situation where they have to move rather quickly. And given conversations that we have had with people like Doug Moylan and Peter Santos, whose name I have not yet mentioned today.
Wow, that's amazing, Ray.
I don't know. How did that happen?
Is there some award for that?
It's like 8:26 in the morning. We ought to do a thing. There ought to be. I always think that there ought to be a couple of pools going on here. Is how early it is that I start talking about beer, and what time it is when I finally utter Peter Santos's name. At any rate,
there you go twice.
You talk to those guys and they'll say, yeah, they're pleading everything out, or they just are making it so it's one of the easiest things to do anymore is to defend a criminal in the justice system here on Guam, because there's just not a whole lot of emphasis and prioritization of that prosecutorial job coming out of the Attorney General's office. But we'll see. I haven't heard them say anything about that yet. 8:27 in the morning. And while I'm on the subject of the criminal justice system, hey, let's highlight now the escapades of one of Guam's most recent defendants.
Oh, yeah.
Fancy title. Fancy
bedtime
title.
Stories, Ray?
Well, I think you should be able to get like a business card. I got a business card. It's Ray Gibson, managing partner, right? Maybe these guys ought to get one of those. Lucian George, defendant on a business card. You take that to the bank. Can you imagine? They just whatever interest rate you want here, buddy, because you are the defendant. Nice title. On or about October the 14th, Port police officers noted. Oh. This is rare. We not very often we get something from the port police guys, right?
Yeah.
They noticed a vehicle with hazard lights on and two males pushing it to the side of the road while one male was in the driver's seat. Port police noted that all three males at the scene, quote, were on probation. Police searched the vehicle and interviewed Lucian, who said he borrowed the vehicle from a friend, and the car died while they were motoring, where two males helped push the vehicle off the road. Police found, because they, can we inspect the vehicle? And upon inspection, discovered firearms and other items in the vehicle. Police inquired with the defendant about the drug paraphernalia and the guns, and the defendant said, in a moment of almost contrition, maybe, starting to feel bad about, being a thug.
Yeah.
Officer, it's all mine. The drugs and the firearms is mine. Defendant told police he doesn't have a firearms identification card. He stated he knew he was not supposed to be in possession of any firearms. The defendant made repeated statements that he takes full responsibility for everything in the vehicle, and the drugs and guns are his.
Dismissed.
Honor among thieves, I tell you.
Let him go, man. For that honesty.
Thank you so much. Your parents did a good job raising you. Be honest with the police, and you're not going to get in trouble. That's not necessarily the case, especially with a couple of high-profile issues that the cops are dealing with. So they nabbed him on possession of Schedule II controlled substance, and that is because he's got the crystal methamphetamine. I want to say that there might be a couple of other charges that were involved here. He had a bunch of different kinds of bullets, a .357 Magnum revolver.
Ooh, wow.
That's that's
heavy duty, man.
His backup?
Yeah.
Pellet gun.
Ouch.
Had a 20-gauge shotgun, 22 Winchester rifle, a broken glass pipe with a white substance known to be crystal methamphetamine, a pipe with white and brown substance suspected to be crystal methamphetamine, a bunch of plastic baggies with white substances suspected to be crystal methamphetamine. I don't understand why this would be in there. Is this a drug thing? It says Q-tips.
Oh, yeah.
Why would we need Q-tips? To clean out the pipe?
Yeah, to clean the pipe.
Okay.
Right?
Well, let's keep it sanitary, right?
Yeah.
3 heat-sealed straws containing a white substance, also suspected to be crystal methamphetamine, a couple of lighters, 2 metal picks, and 17 plastic-wrapped precision needles. How about that?
Wow.
All right, can we say dealer? Can you say dealer? So the guy's he's picked up on a bunch of different charges, even though he said he would take full responsibility and it's all mine, sir. It's still somebody has to go to jail. And the cops were right. He was on probation. So we got felony on felony release that we're going to throw in there as well. So congratulations, Lucian. You done good. There's one less thing for the cops to have to worry about here. So what's going to happen with this case? So can I tell you some jury duty stuff? Can I tell you something I learned at jury duty? Yes, in this case I can. So even though, like, they get a pipe and there's residue, and they do a test, and they can confirm that the residue is crystal methamphetamine.
Oh, yeah, presumptive.
It's possession. It's a possession charge.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, even if like a molecule of crystal methamphetamine counts as possession, and that's why sometimes these guys, it's all they come up with was a pipe. But the pipe still had a smokable amount of crystal methamphetamine, so that is where the guys get pinched for possession. Did not know that prior to me going into the jury pool J. Did not know that they've got egg sandwich and tuna sandwich and bologna and cheese sandwich over at Tzodi. I did not know that until we got into jury pool J. It's 8:31 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll take that one last big look at news and headlines with Donna D in just a second.
Half a day, Guam. Dr. Bob and the team at Guam Pet Hospital humbly ask for your vote in the annual Pika's Best veterinary category. You can vote every day at guampdn.com. We pride ourselves on honesty, integrity, and client education. Our advanced pet care includes a full in-house digital laboratory, digital x-rays, cancer screening, soft tissue surgery, orthopedic surgery, and an intensive care unit for the emergencies. Please vote Guam Pet Hospital for Pika's Best Veterinary, because your pets deserve the best.
A message from KFC's Colonel Sanders.
I spent months searching the world over for the very best Nashville hot chicken recipe. Then I found it in the last place I ever expected, Nashville. KFC's new Nashville hot chicken with a legendary blend of spicy and smoky flavor.
KFC's Nashville Hot is back on Guam for a limited time. Get yours today. It's finger licking good.
Half a day. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan. Throughout this campaign, I've been presenting my plans to reduce inflation, rebuild our tourism industry, and fight the crystal meth and crime problems plaguing our island. Our government can do more to lift the burdens facing our families. If elected, I will be ready on day one to get to work to help make Guam safe again and urgently rebuild our economy. I humbly ask you, please vote Jesse Anderson Lujan, number 7, Republican. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
Man, didn't do the celebrity birthdays yet.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
one,
I did one. George went from Cheers. But other celebrities, Michael McKean. You will remember him from This Is Spinal Tap, and also Laverne and Shirley, right? So he's 75 years old. George Wendt from Cheers is 74. A couple of names that you will recognize. Ziggy Marley, as in the son of Bill Marley.
Rastafari.
Yeah. Everybody one go heaven, nobody go on one die. He's 54 years old. He didn't actually say that. That's a line. Man. That's a line from a character named Screwhead in one of those Steven Seagal movies. You know which one I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
You remember that? What a great name, too.
Jamaican
Screwhead.
Mafia.
Yeah,
dudes.
Jamaican Mafia.
Deadly guys.
Dude, this is
Scary,
I'll lay down
man.
my life for jerk chicken. So who else got a birthday? Eminem is 50 years old.
Wow.
You got moves.
Wow.
Go.
Mom Spaghetti.
I forget the name of the song. It's like the one.
Lose Yourself.
Believe it or not, yeah. But there's actually a few. Lose Yourself. I think is a great Eminem song. I mean, I'm not crazy about most rap tunes, but I always thought that one was really, really good. Very, very kind of inspirational. You've got one chance to screw it up. Right? So make the most of it. That's just tell that to the kids. Looking for something to celebrate today. It is National Boss Day. My ass doesn't feel sufficiently kissed.
Hi, Ray. You look very handsome today.
I'm thinking about with the collar on.
What a
great boss, man.
I love your watch.
Didn't realize that it was.
Those glasses are you.
Thanks so much. She's good. I gotta say it. Forgive an ex day. Real Gel, tell me your story.
Oh, yeah.
We all want to know.
No.
Is there one that you can't
man.
Is there one that you can't forgive? Is there one out there that you can't forgive? Just somebody that you just go, I'm not letting you in the museum of my life.
No.
No.
Oh, you're so kind.
I know.
I live in the moment, the present.
Okay, so but anyway, no, that phrase, I got that phrase from my friend Tisha. Hold on a second. She posted up on her Instagram, and I looked at the thing. I said, "Oh my God, I'm in love with this phrase. It's so cool." It reads, "You've turned your heart into a museum of people you've loved to keep them alive inside you." Are you feeling it?
Oh my God.
Are you feeling that, real
I'm
Joe?
feeling that,
Getting
man.
all gushy? You've turned your heart into a museum of people you've loved to keep them alive inside you.
The winner takes it all.
Exactly.
Oh, man.
There's... Wait a second. I'm looking at some other things I got to pass along here.
That's heartbreaking,
Isn't
dude.
it? Oh, okay. So what did you want me to ask you about you? Is there an ex out there that you haven't forgiven yet?
Oh, boy.
There are more than one, yeah.
More than one. Just, yep, I see that. It's Clean Your Virtual Desktop Day. And
Not a defrag?
I've got it. No, it's not a defrag.
Like when you save all your files on the desktop and there's nothing but
Empty the trash bin, Ray.
Just nothing but, there's your files, there's your pictures, there's your folders. I have taken to, I shove everything in these folders, right? Desktop folders, because I got a Mac. And the MacBook will allow you to do that. You can take, say, like you got a ton of PDFs that are laying around, and you can make a folder that's just PDFs, and you can jam everything in there. And that's what I've done. And unfortunately, when I opened that, when I'm of the feeling like, hey, I've got nothing else going on today, maybe I'll clean up my desktop, I will see an ocean. It's like PDFs stacked on top of PDFs. And I go, I just don't have the time for this. I think maybe just reformat the drive and start all over again might be the way to clean up my my desktop, my virtual desktop. It's also Business Women's Week. So I want to do a shout to all of the women that are in business, supervisory, put your money at risk, or looking out for other ladies that you can likewise support as they begin their journey, as they're making their way through their journey. My inspiration as far as business women are concerned, I've got so many good ones in my life. My friend, my business partner is GGU, and she's showing her stuff over at Goodwin Development. Of course, my big sister Shelley, who learned at the feet of my mother, one of the great women in business on Guam. That's Rosemary Underwood. If you did traveling on Guam in the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s, there's a pretty good bet that she wrote that ticket out for you.
Mariana's Travel, right?
Mariana's Travel. God bless you for remembering.
My mom worked there.
Oh, really? Oh, my God. There's a connection. All right, you get together with Shelley, because I don't remember jack about those years. Anyway, Business Women's Week. Find a business woman and find a way to support her. I've got a bunch of them on the screen here. Got we were talking about October birthdays, and there's some great women in business, including Lucia Wood, who is now the president of the National Association of Women in Construction here on Guam. And all of her friends and supporters there for the birthday celebration, including Sarita and Big Rico's wife. 8:35 in the morning, and time for our last big look at news and headlines. Havadana D, what do we do?
Lawmakers could tackle Senator Talina Nelson's controversial Heartbeat Act Bill 291 at Friday's legislative session. The measure would ban abortions once a fetal heartbeat is detected. The bill will only be entertained if lawmakers agree to debate it on the floor. 5 senators are already signed on in support of the measure. It's unclear whether the bill would garner enough votes to pass or the 10 to overcome a likely veto from the governor. And 6 months after the governor announced she wanted to pardon people convicted of previous petty marijuana crimes, Adelup is still working out the details of an executive order. But DOC Chief Parole Officer Michael Kinata says those convicted of simple marijuana possession before recreational marijuana was legalized on Guam in 2019 can start by submitting a letter to the governor. The governor's council will then send the letter to the Guam Pardon Review Board, and the case is assigned to a parole officer. And pickleball fans are in for a treat. Saipan is hosting the inaugural Marianas Cup Pickleball Tournament between Guam and Saipan teams on Saturday, November 5 at the American Memorial Park Courts in Garapan. Pickleball is arguably the fastest growing sport and is currently played in 57 countries, 18 more countries, and it can qualify as an Olympic sport. The winning island holds the Marianas Cup trophy for a year until the next tournament, which will be hosted by Guam. And those are your last look at local headlines. On the point, back to Ray.
Well, we got a couple of things going online I wanted to do a shout. Rico B talking about Slim Shady, right? Eminem, happy birthday to him and his army, his legion of followers. Harvey Igna says it's also Evel Knievel's birthday.
Oh.
Evel Knievel.
The most broken man.
Oh, easily. Yeah. So who? Raise your
toy.
hands. Yeah, there we go. Who had the toy?
I had the toy.
There was a toy.
The ramp
You wound up the thing on the ramp, and then you released it. And the idea was to get him to jump over the whatever Snake River thing that you had in the house. So cool. What a great toy. Didn't they also have like an action figure? That was like an Evel Knievel action figure. There was a time, ladies and gentlemen, where, and you think about the media, the world, and the way that it turned in that time in the 1970s. There really wasn't a whole lot by way of television channels. It's not like what we've got now. There was no internet of any kind to speak of. So when somebody became a hit, like your Bruce Lees, your Muhammad Ali's, your Evel Knievels, they instantly became household names. And there were toys that came out, and maybe somewhere out there, you know what somebody's doing right now? I guarantee somebody right now is typing in on eBay or Amazon, where can I find an Evel Knievel?
Oh, good luck.
And a replacement Evel Knievel toy. But thanks very much for that, Harvey, and God bless you for remembering. I got Jerome McDonald says, I forgave all 20 exes.
Wow,
hello.
Mr. McDonald.
I'm strut. Hey, strut. Boy, I like that. He says, actually, there were 27 exes, as I recall clearly. Rico asking Jerome.
Excuse me, Julio.
Were some in Texas? As in, all my exes live in Texas. Put it on your Spotify right now while you're thinking about it. Can I tell you, I'm going to do it anyway, but I recently had the opportunity. I was over at, what's the name of the place? Linda's. In the back of Linda's. Well, they've got a place now. They got a big stage up there, and it's a nice place to go for happy hour, watch the sunset, and you can get food and things like that. Really, really cool people that were hanging out there. And there was a song that the band, Danny Orlino and the rest of these guys,
Danny
the
Orlino.
Beach Bums or something like that.
Yeah,
they got
great.
it, and they sang a song called "Wagon Wheel" by Darius Rucker.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of country, right?
Oh, yeah. And I'm listening. It was one of those things that kind of inspired me to do that sound hound thing. What song is that? So I've been Wagon Wheels been playing on my playlist on the Spotify for a long, long time. And the other one that's kind of all over the place is Zach Brown Band's Chicken Fried. I can't play it on the radio on the thing because we'll get in trouble with YouTube and Facebook. But if you get a chance, look up Chicken Fried. That goes along with what's the other one that Joe Guam always sings? Tennessee Whiskey. Yeah, just real good. Kind of groovy. I just want to drink beer when I listen to those songs. Anyway, 8:42. There was someplace else that I wanted to go, and I honestly can't remember what it was. Do you? All right. If I remember during the break, I'll finish up whatever this stream of consciousness is all about.
Stop by Olive Garden for their never-ending pasta bowls. Available for lunch and dinner. Choose a pasta, choose a sauce for $19.99. Add a never-ending topping for $7.99. You can mix and match your refills at no extra charge. Refill again and again. Your entree comes with never-ending soup or salad and never-ending breadsticks. Promotion is from October to November 20th. Olive Garden open every day from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for lunch and 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner. Please call 671-989-0008. Portions are not available for takeout.
Tell me about it, stud.
Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Festival is back on Saturday, October 22nd. We rockin' and rollin' at the Dusatani Guam Resort from 2 to 10 p.m. Bring your friends and come dressed in your best grease costume to win up to $500 in cash and prizes. So bust out those leather jackets and 50-style outfits as we party the night away at Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Fest. Don't be a square. Get your tickets now at craftbeerfestguam.com or cruise on by any 76 Circle K location. Now that's cool, baby.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro. I'm Crop King Hydroing now as I speak. Ray Gibson Show also being brought to you by the guys over at Wendy's. And what's the latest and greatest from that team of just culinary experts? They've got this thing now, and it's you like French toast? They got like a French toast there at Wendy's, home-style French toast sticks. The stuff good mornings are made of. You got a sweet tooth, this is going to make it go crazy. Wendy's new French toast sticks are made with real eggs, dipped in milk custard and a hint of vanilla. Find that in a 4-piece, 6-piece, or you can get a 6-piece combo with seasoned potatoes and a cold ice brew iced coffee. Choose wisely. Choose Guam's Wendy's. How did you know there were some in Texas? Because all my exes live in Texas, and Texas is the place I truly want to be. Are there any states that you don't go to because you know somebody there? You
avoid
there might
at
be,
all costs.
Yeah, it might be some kind of trouble. I don't know. I'm not saying somebody will meet you at the border and go, not you. No, out. Scat, get away. Not you. Or you go, DeSantis will send you to Washington, D.C. Who else is there? 845, a couple other folks I want to do shouts to. Are these exes at least more than a day relationship? Do we want to... Do we want to clarify that? I mean, just how long do you have to date somebody that when you break up, they can be referred to as an ex, as opposed to, just, whatever, we tried it out, didn't work. Then it wouldn't necessarily put them down as an ex. Don't you think there needs to be more, time, bodily fluids, that kind of thing? That's how you determine that. Dave Rowley, Ed Napati, I got Eric Raker in there, Sandra Regis, Biba, asking, are you going Randy Landis to Saipan? Tattoo Shauna's online. Tattoo Shauna cannot leave Guam until after Thursday.
Oh, why?
Thursday is the day I get my tattoo from Tattoo Shauna.
I see.
I'm really looking forward to it. Can I tell you?
Man, that's going to feel
two things
great.
I'm really looking forward to.
The numbing cream?
No, tomorrow. I want to feel that go on.
Wow,
No. I'm a real man, bro. But tomorrow I get a haircut. Haircut Ash is going to be taking care of my hair tomorrow, and then Thursday. Thursday is going to be Tattoo Shauna. No pressure. No pressure, Tattoo Shauna. Because I don't know if this is something. Do I show it on TV? Do I come in one day with a tank top muscle shirt?
You could, Ray.
Stephen B. Cruz watching the program. Rico B. talking about Bruce Lee equals nunchucks. I agree with you 1,000%. How many people got taken to the emergency room while I'm thinking about it after they took their mom's good broom and cut it into pieces so you could make your own nunchucks?
Yeah.
Just like Bruce Lee's and practice.
Yourself.
Yeah, bam in the forehead, bam in the back of the head.
Crack the mirror.
Feeling kind of woozy, Mom. Better take me to the emergency room. Dave Dinsman is there. I got Benidosa Tautau online, Frank Meno, and Bill Marino watching the program here this morning. I think that's fantastic. Might be a bunch of people on the YouTube side. As a matter of fact, there are. Lupang Guam is there, 671. ThePOINT talk show where it is. Yes, Jewish Redneck Prepper is online saying shalom. Welcome. Good to have you online. Far From Home is there. Elvis Kanata, Kitsutsu in Japan, and a number of comments from him. Jess Santos and Gemma Bustamante on that side. Francie Solis and Who's Your Big Daddy 06 rounding out the crew on that side. Trying to see if there's if I've got anything here. I'm looking to see if there's parity between the YouTube side and the Facebook side. I think we've got I think they're about even numbers here, split between the YouTube and Facebook. Good to have everybody online. And speaking of YouTube, I did want to put this up on the screen. I follow this guy, and I'll say so every once in a while. His name is. Do you know what this guy is?
Oh yeah. What's his name again?
Russell Brand.
Russell Brand.
Russell Brand is the guy's name. Whenever I talk about Russell Brand, I always say Russell Crowe, and not one of you ever correct me.
I'm sorry, Ray.
Oh my
Russell
God.
Brand, this guy.
Was an
He's
actor.
uncovering stuff.
He was an actor. I want to say that he might have like a doctorate or something like that. He might be have one of these high advanced degrees or something like that. And I have been watching him on and off now for a bunch of maybe months going back, and always thought maybe our politics aren't going to be the same, or maybe our worldview isn't going to be the same. But more and more, I find that he is saying things and is able to pull information and validate some of the concerns that I have had as a human being living on a planet in the midst of this pandemic, scamdemic, whatever you want to call it. And I remember watching him initially and others, over the course of COVID-19 and going, yeah, this kind of makes sense. All of these things that you're pointing out make sense. And how come nobody is questioning all of this stuff? And that got me into a position where many people thought, may continue to believe, that I'm some kind of, denier, this pandemic denier, because there were just so many things that caused me to raise my eyebrows and question. And then I was told, you shouldn't question those kinds of things. Wait a second, just line up, get your damn vaccine, and shut up. But I'm like, no, I don't want to. What's the efficacy of these 6-foot markers? Tell me about the efficacy of the mask that I can buy that we know that the COVID-19 molecules can go right through. And I questioned all of this stuff, but now it seems, as the COVID seems to be further and further in the rearview mirror, all of a sudden people are going, hey, yeah, what about that? Including the idea, and we were told, and I'll play the audio here because I think it's interesting, from Russell Brand's web thing yesterday. These are comments that were made by the most important people on the planet at the time of COVID-19 vaccine rollout, trying to make sure everybody got in there and got it so that we could, quote, flatten the curve and stop COVID-19 in its track. Do you remember when they told us these things?
Maddow, Fauci, Joe Biden, et al. I mean, here.
That vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick.
That the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
You want to be a dead end to the virus. So when the virus gets to you, you stop it. You're not going to get COVID if you have these vaccinations.
This is The Guardian, October 21st. People
Right,
who are
okay.
fully vaccinated
You can go find Russell Brand on YouTube, like, follow, subscribe. It's one of those things where I usually get a blurb from him just before the program ends, and one of the ways that I spend a few minutes unwinding after the program is seeing what he's got to say about all of this stuff. People who are fully vaccinated against COVID yet catch the virus are just as infectious to others in their household and is as infected unvaccinated people. That's what the new research is saying. And even the lady at Pfizer says, yeah, we didn't bother testing to see if that was going to slow things down because we were moving, quote, at the speed of science. Whatever, lady, whatever. So it's one of those things that I feel like I need to play every once in a while to validate my position as an observer and somebody who needs to talk about it and keep you educated, if for no other reason to give you another view of what's going on. There were a lot of people, man, hook, line, and sinker, right? Bought it all, ate it up with a spoon, the BS.
And came back for more.
And came back, and still, you're by yourself in the car, the air conditioners are running, and the windows are rolled up. What's going on? 8:52 on the Ray Gibson Show, 888-8255, 888-TALK. Friends from Docomo coming in about 8 or 9 minutes. In the meantime, got time for Dr. Ron McNitch. Oh, my God, Pete Santos is on line 2. We could have Demolition Derby here if I wanted to. Doc.
Hey, half a day, Ray. Half a day, Bomb.
Oh, my God. Okay, so the latest kerfuffle comes from a blog piece that Felix Camacho, Tony Atta, and Mike Sanicolas did last week that I didn't watch, but apparently Clint Rigel did, and was able to say, that doesn't sound factually correct. Dropped the dime on with Carl Gutierrez. Carl Gutierrez reviewed the video and said, no, that's not right, and I'm going to take out ads saying that these guys are liars, or they're playing fast and loose with the facts. Are you up to speed on that?
Yeah, I've been watching them go back and forth, and this is just a normal circus cycle of Guam elections.
Well, I don't think it's going to be like the big deal. I don't think it's going to be that big albatross that hangs over anybody's neck as we make our way towards the general election. Do you?
Yeah, it's just the normal back and forth. They're going to go back and forth over things every week between now and the election.
You think there's anything that might be sticky?
No, their main contrast is that Governor Leon Guerrero and Governor Camacho have very different styles. They have very different approaches to things, and we don't know that because they're not actually talking to each other in debate. So it's hard to see that contrast. I think one of the things about a reluctance to debate comes from this belief from both camps that they think that early voting is going to be like the panacea to this election, and it's not. The independent voters really boil down to the end of cycle debates. That's who gets the independent voters. And if they don't have these strong strategies to go after that middle group, both of them lose out, and they should both know it. But the problem is they're all hooked on these false beliefs in social media, and they hear buzzings that go around, oh, the Russians did that, or the Chinese Communist Party put COVID into our system and did it deliberately, and which we've never even had anyone investigate. That's one of the things they put suppression on, is just attributing that this came out of either bad lab hygiene practices or a deliberate policy effort by the Communist Chinese. We're not even allowed to talk about that on social media. And so people know this, and they rely on their tried and true methods of fiesta and social talk, and it boils down to who's influencing you in person, at least on Guam.
Right. Well, look, I like social media. I play in the social media all the time, and I have a good time with it. But in my mind, in terms of marketing and in terms of conveyance of a message, I think I don't think it replaces traditional media, and certainly does not replace traditional conversation, as you are bringing up here this morning. It's two guys over a couple of beers in the back of a pickup truck, just picking things apart, and it might come down to who's got prettier wives, or who's done more for me, or whether I've got everybody in my family that works for the government or not, and I don't want to jeopardize their jobs by changing horses midstream. So those are some of the things. Is it possible though that these guys, Felix and Tony, might be successful running on a very, very strong platform, highlighting the fact that Guam is a high crime area all of a sudden? The economy is bad, and people are having a really, really hard time with groceries, with housing. And then we take a look at the state of the hospital, take a look at the state of the educational system. Do you suppose that those things are sufficient for them to move the needle at all?
I think that any one of those policy issues can be actuated into going after a current incumbent. And likewise, the incumbent can make up all kinds of defenses because of to explain what their side of things are.
Right.
The same goes for this banking issue and the dispute over whether the banking is proper or improper, and they're going to go back and forth with that, between now and the end of the election. And because right now we have 3 weeks to really sort things out and try to find out, how we're going to vote. And here's the other key thing.
Well, let me stop you there and just real quick here. Is it possible that the Leon Guerrero Tenorio administrations, their tactic now, I think, is because I'm not hearing a whole lot of you vote for me and this will happen, vote for me, and the minimum wage is going to be going up and taxes are going to go down. I'm not hearing that from them because we know they ain't going to lower the taxes. But they seem to take a great deal of delight in one way or the other, taking a look at the 8 years of the Camacho first Moylan, then Cruz administration, and saying those were pretty bad times on Guam as well, and that Camacho was a do-nothing governor. Do you think that'll take root?
They're going to go back and forth, and certainly that's the reply from the Democrat side to a lot of these Republican accusations. The other thing is early voting has totally changed the tempo of voting for Guam in a negative way, I think. Because what has happened is a lot of the politicians are counting on the early voting ideas they're getting from their camps, that their people are voting for them, and it's made them complacent. And so the average person, isn't as critical of elected leaders as they could be because everything's out of cycle. That is, all this early voting has done is it's taken the pressure off of the candidates to have to defend anything.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Listen, I gotta run because I got Fox News coming up. Pete Santos on the line, but I don't want to go to him right away because I got Fox News coming up. Pete, give me a ring back about, let's say, 9:30 or so. We've got some Docomo folks coming in to talk about their bundling plans for businesses and a very, very unique way that you can get those plans into your office or home office. It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Ron, I'll see you soon.
Thanks, sir. Who's Pete Santos? Thank you.
Bam! Oh, did you feel that one, Peter? Yeah. All right. We'll find out if any damage was done, if that inflicted any damage on USS Pete Santos at about 9:30 or so this morning. Oh, my, won't that be exciting. Stand by now, folks. I got the Fox News Live coming your way on 93.3 KUSG. I got you. This is The Point.
Polling numbers. I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News. A new Fox News poll is out with disappointing numbers for President Biden after he raised eyebrows last week with a comment in Oregon.
While eating ice cream in Portland, President Biden said, quote, the economy is strong as hell. In that new Fox News poll, a majority of voters think they're doing worse than they were 2 years ago. And about 51% to be exact say they're doing worse than they were financially than they were before President Biden took office. Only 15% said it was better. 33% said it was the same. Only 35% approve of how he's handling the economy. Only 29% approve of how he's handling inflation.
Fox's Lucas Tomlinson. Pro-Russian authorities are blaming Ukraine for a missile attack that seriously damaged the mayor's office in Donetsk, a key Ukrainian city controlled by separatists. This as Russia continues to struggle against Ukrainian forces even after it mobilized reservists to bolster its advances. Ukrainian ambassador to the U.S., Oksana Markarova, tells CBS's Face the Nation that comments from Russian President Putin need to be taken with a grain of salt.
We should be prepared for everything, and it's actually irrelevant at this point what he says, because this partial mobilization has been a big failure.
Many Russians scrambled to purchase airfare to flee their country. Officials in Harris County, Texas, say a child is dead after being stabbed by her mother at a park in Tomball. This woman spoke to Houston's Fox 26's KRIV-TV at the park.
To know that something in our neighborhood happened in such a horrible situation, and that mom was in her head thinking that this is what she has to do, I can't comprehend that.
The incident is under investigation. America is listening to Fox News.
Guam Regional Medical City is the center of excellence for general and minimally invasive surgeries like colonoscopy, dialysis and vascular access, gallbladder, skin and soft tissue, gastrointestinal tract, hernia repair, spleen, select liver and pancreas diseases, upper endoscopy, and more. Schedule your appointment with GRMC today by calling 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu.
Half a day. I'm Tom Fisher. Here's the harsh reality. A trip to the grocery store for the basics, eggs, bag of rice, butter, can of Spam, milk, costs almost $30, and that's just 5 items. The cost of living continues to grow, but the money doesn't. We need to roll back the business privilege tax to reduce Guam's cost of living, and I will make that happen.
Vote Thomas Fisher for senator. If you want different, vote different.
I'm Tom Fisher, and I approve this message.
President Biden issues an executive order designed to reduce prescription drug costs.
The executive order gives the Department of Health and Human Services 90 days to explain how it will use new models of care and payment to cut drug costs. It comes as inflation is on the rise, driven by food, rent, and healthcare prices. Thursday's consumer price numbers showed a more than 8% increase for the 12 months ending in September, and they're growing at their fastest rate since 1981. The executive order also follows the August signing of the $430 billion Inflation Reduction Act, which authorizes the federal government to negotiate prices on some prescription drugs and cap costs for Medicare. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Car thieves are using cloned key fobs to steal new muscle cars from factory lots and dealer showrooms, only to be sold on the street for tens of thousands of dollars less than they're worth. A federal complaint says that muscle cars, SUVs, and pickups worth from $50,000 to more than $100,000 are sold on the street for just $3,500 to $15,000. The popular Halloween Happy Meals make a return this week at McDonald's.
Perhaps it's nostalgia, perhaps they're just cool. Happy Meal Boo Buckets are back at McDonald's. For the first time in 6 years, the buckets, a pumpkin, a witch, and a ghost, named McPumpkin, McGoblin, and McBoo, respectively, returning to restaurants nationwide on Tuesday.
What do you put in your McDonald's Halloween pumpkins?
Boopty McBoo, matey. Character McGoblin. Golden McPumpkin, partner.
The original McDonald's McPumpkin ad, they were first introduced in 1986. The Halloween Happy Meal buckets double as reusable trick-or-treating containers or jack-o'-lanterns. McDonald's also recently announcing it's catering to adults with new adult Happy Meals. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
And I'm Joe Chiro, Fox News.
It's that time of year again. It's Pika's Best. Vote now on GuamPDN.com. Please vote Take Care for Best Medical Insurance Company. Vote FHB Health Center for Best Medical Clinic, Best Dental Clinic, and Best Eye Clinic. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Half a day. I'm Bishop Mendiola, and I'm running for senator to promote lower cost of living, increase our food security, and ignite new economic sector development. I will put to work my fresh ideas, my experience as a small business owner to create legislation that removes the red tape on our economic growth. I want to pave the way to a prosperous, wealthy, and self-sustainable island community. I'm Bishop Mendiola, number 13 on the Republican ballot, and I approve this message.
Stop by Olive Garden for their never-ending pasta bowls. Available for lunch and dinner. Choose a pasta, choose a sauce for $19.99. Add a never-ending topping for $7.99. You can mix and match your refills at no extra charge. Refill again and again. Your entree comes with never-ending soup or salad and never-ending breadsticks. Promotion is from October to November 20th. Olive Garden open every day from 11 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for lunch and 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner. Please call 671-989-0008. Portions are not available for takeout.
Half a day. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan. Throughout this campaign, I've been presenting my plans to reduce inflation, rebuild our tourism industry, and fight the crystal meth and crime problems plaguing our island. Our government can do more to lift the burdens facing our families. If elected, I will be ready on day one to get to work to help make Guam safe again and urgently rebuild our economy. I humbly ask you, please vote Jesse Anderson Lujan, number 7, Republican. I'm Jesse Anderson Lujan, and I approve this message.
Ray Gibson Show brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
7 after 9 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show until we're working till 10, right? That's the deal today?
All the way.
What? Why? What's there to talk about, bro? It's Monday. Everybody had your weekend, right? Did you? We haven't talked about what you did. Did you do any mountain biking? I mean,
no, I did. It was raining all weekend, man.
It was not until
yesterday.
It was nice yesterday.
I went on a mission to make the best kadu.
Oh,
I didn't. My mom made it. I went to the store to buy it. You know.
I love your mom. She says I can yell at you like you're my kid,
oh,
which is great. I think it's kind of a perk of management and leadership. Let me get the right faces and everybody online here this morning. Got a number of microphones that we're going to turn on. I'm going to press these buttons until I'm confident that the right people are in the right places. You know, you'd think after a couple of years I'd get really good at this, but you know I'm not. But I'll work on it, guys. It's only technology, and the technology changes these days. So I've got my technology experts from Docomo in the studio, and we have, and Brian has been in the studio about 1 million times, right? Brian comes in, and we'll talk about a new business feature. And do you want to do this with your phones? Or you going to want to do this with entertainment opportunities for your employees? You're going to want to be doing this with your internet. And the guys over at Docomo many years ago invented the concept of bundling. And as a consumer of the Docomo services, I love that because there was a time the cable television was in the house, and I had a security system and the internet and my mobile, and just everything was all in one bundle. Nice. And about once every, maybe twice a year, I'd call Liz at customer service.
Yeah.
You know Liz. I call Liz. I say, okay, true me up here. Let's see what I've got. What do I need to add? If I add something else, how is this going to affect my bill? The idea is the more bundling you put together, the more you are going to save on the individual programs, which is very, very cool. It's just a question of coming up and deciding which ones are going to be the ones that you want and the ones that you're going to live with. And I went to your website today because I thought this was a pretty good way to put the bundle together. And I think that's what we're going to talk about, right?
Yes,
is
absolutely.
The ease now of bundling up all your business services.
Yes.
All right, so if you're a business person, listen very, very carefully to this conversation. We know that 2023 probably going to suck for business. And so we want to make sure that you are keeping up your capabilities, but not spending a whole lot of money to do it. And so we'll talk about the capabilities, and we'll talk about the bundling plan. But first, let me introduce a couple of other faces into the screen. You've seen Brian already, and now I'd like to have Abdul say hello to everybody. How you doing, bro?
Doing great, doing great.
How did you get started with Docomo?
I've actually been with Docomo for a year and a half now.
Mm-hmm. They start you off in the lineman part? Outside?
I'm inside.
Inside guy. Okay.
Account executive, but sometimes I am in the forefield and the frontier.
Okay.
I'm a sales executive, so I pretty much sell business bundles at Docomo for.
Number one most requested Docomo business plan. What is it that you just pick up the phone?
By far the most basic is to bundle the internet and the landline.
Okay.
You save a lot of money. Some people either have the option to use the landline or not. Either or, they save money.
But if I got the internet in here, then I have the opportunity to put in my digital phones, my SIP lines, right? The SIP lines.
Precisely.
And then do it that way. And then there is another Docomo plan that we've talked about before. It's one of my favorites, where get rid of the secretary and the ARU, because we've got virtual devices that will make your maybe 2 or 3 line system at the office sound like a major company. It'll sound like Amazon when we're done, because there's so many features that are packed into it, and so many ways that you can reach out. So your customers can reach out to you, obviously, but you can reach out to your customers and your staff wherever they are and whatever device they're on, which is also very, very cool. And we haven't installed it here yet. So we got Abdul. Can Abdul be my account executive?
I can hook it up.
Yeah, because we're gonna talk about this stuff, dude.
That's why we brought him today.
I got a fiber optic line in that room over there. I got a fiber drop from Docomo. I want to max it out. I want you guys to look at it and say, my God, these guys are running everything on our line. And I've also got in the studios Gabby Cruz. Hi, Gabby. How you doing? Good morning. Good morning. Are you on Instagram? You look like you should be like an Instagram model. I'm just saying that because I'm a connoisseur of Instagram models, and I think if this thing with Docomo doesn't work out, you should be there as well. So what is it that you do over at Docomo?
So I've been segment marketing specialist for our enterprise.
That's a long title. What does it mean?
Basically, I cater to the small and medium businesses. Anything marketing.
Okay, so anything marketing. So are you marketing Docomo, or are you going to help me market my business?
Marketing Docomo, but we are here to help you with your business.
Can you make me Pika's Best? We've already been nominated. I'm already nominated for Best Radio Personality and Best Radio Station, and I want to be able to market that all the way through. So there are services that you can create or ways that we can work with my bundling package.
Well, internet, we can help you. If you're marketing out for Pika's Best with internet, we can help you with that.
Definitely.
We have a really good, strong internet service. So.
Well, as I said, I'm a customer, so I know all about that kind of thing. And the lines that we've got here in the building are all SIP lines, and I've had that since day one at this radio station. And when it came down to it, really Docomo was the choice and the only choice. And I love your customer service. Every once in a while, if there's a glitch out there somewhere, I got guys. We got our own WhatsApp chat, and these guys know my system better than I know my system, which is saying something. So getting into the guts of all of this, and Brian, I'll put you up on the camera, and then I'm going to switch it over to the actual internet feed, and I'll put that up on the screen so people can see what it is that we're looking at. Oftentimes, you hear about a plan and you don't know, is this part of the bundle or is that part of the bundle? How do I create a bundle that is unique to my business, with a small business like Gabby was talking about, medium-sized business? How do I put all of those things together in one bundle, hit the button, and it says, okay, this is when we're installing, this is how much it's going to cost, and this is how much it would have cost if you were to buy these services individually. And I think that's something that we've got here that I'm going to put up on the screen. So tell me about this. I think this is a great innovation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, for sure. I'm going to talk a little bit, and I'm going to hand that over to Abdul to give you the more detailed answers for that one. But I just
just want to give a little bit of history about Business Bundles Plus. We launched this particular solution back in 2021, and we're very proud of the flexibility that this program has to offer, or the solution has to offer for any kind of business. And as you kind of mentioned, it kind of depends on what you need and the business solution that we want to solve for you, right? The very, very foundation of anything that we do is basically going to be internet, especially in today's economic environment. That's a foundation. It's more of a utility now in order to do business and be successful is to have internet.
Careful. Can you say it's a utility? People want to regulate it.
Oh, sorry. It's a necessity. Yeah, it's a necessity. There we go.
Tool.
Let's revise. Let's retract. Let's revise. Yeah. So once you determine the solution that we want to solve for you, then we can build the bundle based off of that. You got your internet, you got your landline, you got your mobile plan, you got some entertainment options.
Right. And there's and every day there is something else that you can use the internet for. I mean, the Internet of Things is just it's a crazy growing world, and before you know it, you're going to say, well, I need more internet, I need more bandwidth. So let me jump over to Abdul and Don and talk about this for just a second. Let me see if I get the right pictures up on the screen. Hey, look, there's me and Abdul. So when we start talking about the internet, we'll use that as a base, and I'm low-key bragging about having a fiber drop here. I'm a very special case, very special customer, obviously, but being able to get a big pipe into your business, whether it's fiber, whether we're coming in on copper pair, also very, very important to what's happening in your building, and will help determine what it is that your bundle is going to look like, right?
100%.
Okay, so I give me big fat pipe here and give me the fiber, and I want upload speed and download speed and bandwidth to be the same, and you can do that.
So with the fiber services, it's actually not part of the bundle, but to emphasize on what the bundle specifically does, it's just to make it more user-friendly, efficient, and to consult with the customer on what they exactly need, because it's all you need.
Well, I want everything.
I know you want everything. Everybody wants everything.
Like I said, from the consumer side, I wanted everything. I want the digital cable. I want the internet. I want the phone. I want the mobile. Just tell me what it is that you sell. I want a piece of it.
And then that's when I come in and I hit you with a quad bundle and I give you everything.
Right.
So you can mess around with it.
Okay, so but I don't necessarily need you right now. And there's a website, and I'll see if I can get this website into a fashion where you'll be able to link to it and see info.docomopacific.com/bundles. And that would be, as far as I'm concerned, this is the portal to building your bundle.
Correct.
Which I've never, ever seen before.
Yeah, you've seen Build-A-Bear. This is Build-A-Internet.
This is Build-A-Internet. And let me get that up on the screen so you can see what it is that I'm looking at here in the building. Not sure where to start with business, internet, and phone options. You can download something. I'm going to click out on that one. But basically, it will guide you through the process. And I was talking about, voting for Pika's Best. If you've done that, you can build your bundle because it's as simple as that. You go in there. You got, and if you're listening in the CNMI, if you're watching in the CNMI, this applies to you as well. We have Docomo up in Saipan. So it starts with your plan. And you've got what looks like 4 that you can look at right now. Business Internet 60, and it goes all the way up to Business Internet 150. What are the distinctions there, Abdul? What am I looking at? Is that are we talking about speeds?
So the numbers, it's the speeds. It's the megabyte bandwidth. So it's going from the least to the most.
Okay.
And we have download and upload speeds.
Can I, if I want to, after going through the basics of it and say, okay, we spend a lot of time not just downloading things off the internet or pulling in feeds or whatever, but we also send a whole lot of bandwidth and product out as well. So could I get this in a little bit more of a synchronous mode? So I got 150 up and 150 down?
Not exactly for the 150, but if we are going to go on a synchronous mode, that would be more on our dedicated fiber.
Right.
Yeah,
but it's doable, which we have, which is also doable. So we start over there. We figure out what it is that we're looking for in terms of speed. And I assume, Bobby, we would talk to you about how many people we've got, how many machines that we have that are connected to the internet, what our poll is going to be, so you can tell us what size internet we need.
Yeah.
Along that line. Okay, so let's say I'm gonna go with the top. So yes, add to the bundle business internet 150. Oh, I like this. It's like going to Payless. It has a running total.
Yes.
Now we have the business mobile plan. And for the uninitiated, what exactly is the business mobile plan? You've got 2 versions of it, the Pro and the Max. They both look good, but there's more words underneath the Max one. So
that's when you know it's more.
That's when you know you're getting extra, right? All right. So what exactly is the business unlimited max? What's that do?
All right, so the unlimited max is pretty much like the Unlimited Pro. You have unlimited data, unlimited talk, text, also to the U.S. However, the biggest distinction is you have U.S. data roaming to Japan, Korea, and the U.S.
Okay, all right. So if you're doing some traveling, you don't want to buy another SIM, we can hook you up with unlimited roaming while you're out there. Very, very cool. The business is going to be picking up between here and in Japan and Korea. So there's an exciting thing to add. Now there's an entertainment plan as well. We've got DTV, there's Docomo TV Plus, and then we've got a light version of that and Prime version. You might be asking, well, what do I need television for in a business? We're a business. Why would we need television? I used to work at a company, and we kind of liked everybody staying close to it, and so we had a lunchroom, and we put televisions in the lunchroom so the ladies could watch their soaps and have lunch at the same time, and that worked out. So I definitely go with the Prime on all of this stuff. So we can click add to the bundle there, and we've got a sign that says remove, so you know it took. The business phone plan, that's the one we've talked about before. It's a basic phone.
Analog line.
Yeah, analog and basic analog line.
Just basic analog line.
But you can, is there a digital option on this, or is that the other package I just passed?
That would be the other package.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to get some business phones in the place, and then we've got add more to save more, and an opportunity now to do the massaging on this. Oh, mobile. Yeah, let me have one of those. Business Prime. Oh, wait, we got 3 versions of that. Wait, what? I'll take the Business Unlimited Max because I'm that kind of guy. There's, great choice. Oh my God, there's the TiVo. You can throw the TiVo on the entertainment side as well. Holy Mac. Okay, all right. Then and a regular business phone. A couple of those things in there. One for me, one for Kevin. Your bundle would normally be $628, but now I've got it about $505, and that takes care of everything in the building. I've got my internet, I've got my phone plans, I've got entertainment, I've got mobiles, I've got all of the things that any thriving business is needing. And I'll tell you what, $505 in this economy, taking care of all of the in and out and all of the communication needs. The only thing that we don't have here is a fax machine, right? But I'm sure we can add the line for something like that if you need it.
Yes.
Your credit card machine, an analog line that will run your credit card so that you can do POS, take advantage of those opportunities. So it's right there. So what I just did here, guys, is I put together my bundle plan. I can go back and change any of this stuff, add or drop as I see fit, and down at the bottom, it's going to give me an idea. Right? I know right now what it's going to cost me, and then I reach out to Abdul or Bobby, and then we get everybody set up, right? That's the plan?
Correct.
Yes,
We just consult and see how we go from there.
Okay. Now, if somebody was to do something like this, I remember back in the olden days in the cable business, they'd say, okay, I'd like to have this installed. And they go, okay, we can get you sometime on Monday. Well, what time is that? Well, sometime. So we got in it now so we can narrow it down on the business side because I got, specific hours when we are available here at the radio station, when we've got access to comm panels and power and things like that. So we can say, yeah, tomorrow morning at 8, Ray, we're going to come into the radio station and start doing the build out, right?
Correct. We just schedule it with the client and the sales engineers.
So how much of it can be done, virtually, digitally? I mean, I know we've got these business phone plans that we were talking about. Like I said, throw out the ARU and put the receptionist on part-time because you don't need the thing anymore. Everything that those boxes did, we've got a system now that will take care of that, which is mostly virtual, right? I mean, you should be able to start getting that set up basically the day I sign up, right? For me.
I wouldn't.
I know.
For very special customers, Ray.
For very special customers and people that said they heard about this on the point, yes, we'll get you signed up next day.
No, for the installments, we just keep it real with the expectations, and we just schedule it
for
our clients. That's pretty much
the unique thing about, sorry, if you don't mind, the unique thing about Docomo Pacific, especially Docomo Pacific Business, we have a whole team called sales engineers that are dedicated to our business clients. So when it comes to installment, whether you have the foundation of equipment that we can install remotely, or you're a brand new customer for us, we'll be there for you. Depending on the schedule and your specific bundle of packages, we can come out, we can start remotely, or we can do a combination of both.
It's an interesting. It's interesting that you say that because I think that's a unique position at Docomo, and certainly a unique position I think in telecom. There's always been the division between we're sales sales, we're inside, and you've got the technical people, they're outside. But in this case, you've kind of brought them all together. So you got a technician that knows what the physical and electronic and internet demands are going to be, actual physical connections, and but he can also talk you into buying upgrades and making changes. You've got somebody that's also literate on the sales and marketing side. As I said, very, very unique. I like this. Is there a companion? I know that we're talking about business models. Is there a companion plan here for the consumers? I mean, because I think this is great on the business side. But if I'm a consumer guy, I'm moving into a new house in a new neighborhood or something like that. I'd like to be able to build my bundle for that. Is there?
Yes, absolutely. It's called Link.
Yeah.
You can check us out. And we also have a wonderful plan called the Wi-Fi Starter Pack. I'm not sure if you've heard of it, WISP. That's also a great one if you're just starting to just get a wireless internet starter pack. So
we did talk about that. And so consumer side, but you can use the WISP on the business side as well, right? Didn't we talk about that? Well, because there's a lot of businesses out there that will provide internet for their customers.
Yes, managed Wi-Fi.
And in many cases, it's them managing the Wi-Fi. They got the internet from whoever they got the internet from, and then they went out and they bought themselves one of these systems, and they generally are terrible. So it'd be nice if like one of you guys could come and manage the thing out. And the very interesting thing about that, if you recall that particular interview, the way that one worked is there's a lot of ways that you can customize things.
Yes.
And you can also surveil and get what I like to refer to as big data from where your consumers are. We know where they are in the building. We know how long that they're sitting there at that table. And we know, okay, we want to turn that table around a little bit faster. There's any number of ways that you can surveil what's going on in your businesses. So if it's not part of your bundle, ask for it. It's called WISP.
No, this is called that's managed Wi-Fi. That's
Managed
Plume.
Wi-Fi.
Yes.
Oh,
Work
Plume.
Pass.
Okay.
Pass.
So is that in the bundle right now, or is that something that you guys are going to be planning?
Bundle it.
You can put that in the bundle as well.
Yes.
Okay. So the
You're
answer.
seeing into the future, Ray. Something coming up very soon in the market.
I know, because the whole everything is changing. Everybody's going.
Yes.
The technology is improving, and we've got there's all these features on the phones that are coming out, and you wonder if they're going to be pairing with your internet provider, and in many cases, the answer is going to be yes. I keep thinking about the Apple iPhone 14s. I'm looking at the phones here to see if anybody's gotten the early.
Check out the new toy.
No early adopters in the room yet.
Not yet, but once we have it, we'll let you know.
You know what? I'm hearing that. I'm hearing that from a lot of people in the telecom business. Yes, they're on their way. They're coming. No, it's going to be all kinds of fun. Now, here's what I do know about iPhone 14s. Beyond the Box has their share of iPhone 14s coming in, and they are going to be matched with Docomo, and there is going to be a special package that is getting put together. They're talking about putting it together. Now, I don't have all of the details, which is annoying because they're kind of a sister company, and I'm like, I want to know, I want to talk about this, I want to put my money down on all of this stuff as well. But once again, they're going to be working with Docomo to roll out the iPhone 14. So it's nice that we're all kind of in sharing mode on this when it finally does come around and happens. All right, so you got that. I forgot to ask you, are we going to be doing the the eSIM? I keep wanting to call it extra SIM, but
so it's an embedded SIM.
Embedded,
actually.
yeah. And that's new technology that's going to be coming around. With I want to say with the iPhone, and I think there's a couple of other phones that are coming out that have these eSIMs in them, and the idea is they kind of they let themselves be known to the world and to the telecom options that are out there, and say, okay, I'm here. Which one am I going to choose? And you guys would be able to broadcast, whatever your bundled rate is, a special rate, something maybe even temporary, and you'd be able to take that instead of having an actual SIM and going to somebody and sitting down and doing the installation and all that. It would all be taken care of in the phone, and you can bounce around wherever you think the best deal is going to be. My guess is it's probably going to end up being at Docomo. Did we cover everything? We got all of
we got the whole bundle.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Can I work there? Can I be CEO now? No. All right. You can.
We're scheduling your interview for next week Friday.
I was going to say no, but I gave you my business card for a reason. Hold on to that because I am interested in getting some of the business bundles here at the station. We've been. It's one of those things where I'd like to be able to incorporate without buying a handset for, say, somebody in my sales department or somebody in my engineering department, rather than buy them a handset, I'd like to be able to incorporate their existing phones into my bundled system. And then I can message them and they can message me and we can text with each other, do all of those things inside of our own business ecosystem.
Yes.
Which is also good. All right. Thanks so much for coming by the radio station. Hey, next time, don't talk so much, Bobby.
Gabby, it's Gabby.
Gabby. Well, that's why you didn't call her the right name. Oh, hell. Okay, maybe we should start all over again. So, Gabby, how long you been with the company?
Actually, 4 months.
4 months.
Yeah.
You're new.
Yes.
Congratulations to you. What was the coolest thing that you've learned so far? I mean, marketing and that kind of thing. I mean, that's all fun. But I mean, have you been hanging out with like the tech guys and they show you all the cool tricks?
Yeah, honestly.
Isn't that the best?
It's such a new industry for me, but I'm learning a lot as I progress. So.
Do you ever go with the outside guys, the installers, techs, construction guys, and go hang out and see what they do?
No.
Trust me, it'll change your life. It will change your life. You go hang out with those guys, the outside guys. That's how I learned everything about the cable business. Was working with the predecessors. They eventually became Docomo, but the genesis of all of that were young men and women that I worked with back in the 1980s. Some of my favorite memories, and you will enjoy it. Trust me. 9:29 in the morning. Great having you guys in. I appreciate the upside on this. And a reminder, it is info.docomopacific.com, and you could / the bundles on that. And there's always somebody that can talk to you that you can click on to get some kind of help, assistance, and if not, get a hold of me and I will put you in touch with these guys. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. It's 9:30 on the Ray Gibson Show. Is that Peter Santos waiting to go on the air? I thought it might be. All right, right in. Candidate Pete Santos is going to rebut Dr. Ron McNitch here in just a second. In the meantime, we'll take a quick break.
News this hour is brought to you by the friendly and hardworking folks at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, Lolita, and their team of professionals. For all your real estate needs, contact Hoffaday Realty, recently nominated as one of PICA's best real estate companies. Call 671-588-4232 or email hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. Located at 426 Chalon San Antonio, Suite 204, Tumaning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. till 4 p.m.
It's not an accident to live a healthy, long life. It's a choice. The food you eat, the water you drink, the air you breathe. A deep, restful sleep along with exercise will put you on a good path to live a healthier, longer life. At NutriWay Systems, we choose to help people find the right solutions to live a longer, healthier life. Make the right choice. NutriWay Systems. Come by our office today. We are located on the second floor of the Daily Plaza in Dededo, or give us a call at 671-864-7867.
Guam Regional Medical City. We bring the healthcare advances of the world directly to you. We are an acute care hospital that complements your needs with our robust outpatient specialty clinics. From preventative care to critical care, we strive for consistent excellence at GRMC. Our core philosophy is where patients are partners, which means we work as a team to make a healthier version of you. For more information, visit us at grmc.gu or to make an appointment, call 671-633-GRMC.
Subway's Eat Fresh, Refresh chicken choices have so much. How are we going to fit them all in one commercial?
Subway's new Baja Chicken and Bacon is loaded with hand-pulled rotisserie-style chicken, hickory smoked bacon, sprinkled with spicy buttery pepper jack cheese, and drizzled with Subway's Baja Chipotle sauce. Man, this is making me hang.
And get this, Subway's Chicken Bacon Ranch is stuffed with melted Monterey cheddar cheese, tender all-white meat chicken on your choice of fresh hand-sliced veggies and freshly baked bread. You pick the tagline.
At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Can do. All right, quick question for you, and don't worry, it won't be anything embarrassing or probing. We've got the question about when was the last time that you had your eye on a Nissan? Well, I need you to go and take a look at them now. NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. So much to love, so much to enjoy, including the Versa, the Rogue, the Kicks, the Frontier. You know, I'm a truck guy. In fact, a buddy of mine reached out to me today. He says, listen, I got to move. They're kicking me out of Telefulful, and I got to move to Moonin, and I might need some help A to B. And I'm like, dude, can help you out. Go get yourself into a Frontier and check out 35 miles to the gallon. So that drive down to Footville ain't going to cost you a whole lot by way of gas. And there's great deals on these things. In fact, a bunch of these have got incredible mileage. 32 miles to the gallon on the Rogue, 35 for the Versa. Kicks has got this up to 33 miles per gallon, and at 2.99% APR, or up to $1,000 in free gas. NissanGuam.com. Start there. Oh, yeah, and now done. A salty crowd here with some of these guys. They got Dave. I just put up this picture here of Peter Santos. Keep calm, writing Peter Santos for Attorney General. Nice ball jersey you got there, Pedro. And Dave says, boo, Biba Douglas Moylan for AG. Like I said, salty crowd. Dave says the whole eSIM card thing feels a little too ooky Black Mirror territory to me. No, it's just where everything is going. It's just where everything is going, where it will make things. I got to be careful because sometimes I think in terms of convenience, and other people go, yeah, that's what they said about it. That's it. They said it's going to be more convenient, but it's just another way to loop in your privacy and things like that. But the idea is there are things that need to be attached and things that don't necessarily need to be attached. If you don't need to have an actual physical SIM, which is capable of doing all the same kind of tracking or whatever that an eSIM is going to be able to do, then why not go with an electronic version of that SIM and make it so that you, as I said, are broadcasting your presence out to the telecom world, and then the telecom world can bounce back at you and say, oh, I see what you're up to there. Tell you what, we've got a great price, 6 months, and we're going to double the amount of bandwidth, or we're going to make it easier to do this, that, or the other, in terms of payment, convenience for the customers, without you having to change your phone or go stand in line or do any of that stuff. 9:34, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be. I got the write-in, Peter Santos for Attorney General on the line. Buenas, Zen Hoffaday.
Buenas, Ray. I was actually just calling in earlier to wish a happy Boss's Day to my secretary and all the staff because the way I see it, they're the boss. They tell me what to do. They tell me where to go. They tell me what, so I work for them. They don't work for me. So happy Boss's Day to all the secretaries and staff out there that run the offices. But, you got to love Dr. Ron McNinch because he's the gift that keeps on giving. I wasn't going to talk about the campaign at all today, but, he ought to be doing his job and analyzing the qualifications and experience of all three candidates. But, he can't be professional and he can't leave his personal feelings out of it, and so that's why he always tries to pretend that I'm irrelevant. But because the problem that we have on Guam, and because of my qualification, I think that I am the most qualified and best candidate for the job. Now, I'm gonna drop a bombshell here.
Hey,
I talk a lot to the people in the AG's office, not just in prosecution, but a lot of others. Because I was up there for almost 5 years, and I developed really good relationships with them. And quite a few of them had said, if Doug wins, they will either retire or resign and go work somewhere else. So that's, the Jerry Roberts thing this morning.
Yeah.
We have to face the truth. Leaving doesn't face the truth, and that's why we're in the mess that we're in now. And Guam needs to face the truth that if either Doug or Levin wins, things are not going to get better. They're just going to get worse.
Well, I don't know. A lot of people can say a lot of things. You and I have got to sit at that altar as well, and every once in a while, and just be real. It's easy for people to say, and I can't tell you how many people have said to me, if so-and-so wins, I'm moving. I'm leaving.
Yeah,
and they're still here.
Yeah, Goldberg, right?
yeah. So let's see. It's interesting. Jose's right. That's not a bombshell. It feels like it could easily be hearsay as well. Look, I want people to be able to hear about your experience. I want them to hear about what your opinions are. I'll give you one right now. In fact, did I not bring his name up when I was talking about this? The little girl that's alleged to have plowed her red Jeep into what's the name of that place? Jerry Kitchen in Tamuning. God bless him for rebuilding and having the faith in the economy to get that done. But a very convoluted case to begin with, starting with the lack of any kind of investigation. Hell, it was the investigation from Candid that finally motivated the Guam Police Department to get anything else done with that investigation. Having said that now, understandably, the client says, yeah, I think I want my trial to be a speedy trial. I think that's a tactical move, given what you have said about the prosecution office, given what Doug has said about the prosecution office, and taking a gamble saying, yeah, I'm on a speedy trial. There's no way they're going to be able to get their blank together in time to be able to get any kind of prosecution on this case.
That is absolutely the word on the street at DOC. All the clients are saying, hey, assert, assert, assert.
Right.
The enemy is weak. The enemy is weak. Let's do this. That is absolutely the word on the street over there. So,
I'm not. If I was the lawyer, if I was her lawyer, and frankly, if I was anybody's defense lawyer right now, that's exactly what I'd be doing. You guys are making the case for me that the prosecution is going to be unable to effectively prosecute this and a variety of other cases that the grand jury is putting the true bill on. So once the clock starts running here, we got to go tzaddik right through these cases. And they don't seem to be prepared enough to do it.
No, and you're getting a sneak peek from the inside, Ray, and so you are speaking the truth and telling the public what's going on. We are in crisis mode. Our prosecution division is on life support. It's about to flatline.
That's saying something. That's saying something. I mean, to their credit, and maybe I'm just talking about Mr. Kinnunen. And others that I've met in the process, and police officers that are working with prosecution. The data's there. They're putting together good cases. I tell you what, we talk about reasonable and probable. And I'm telling you, they're beyond a reasonable doubt in many of these cases that are getting thrown at me as a member of Jury J. And I'm going, take this. The judge should be able to, and a judge and a good prosecutor should be able to get a conviction out of everything that's going on. But we still have that revolving door, and we're still hearing about plea arrangements.
You said two key things, should and a good prosecutor. I disagree with the other two that are using child support attorneys to prosecute criminal cases or civil attorneys to prosecute civil cases. We're seeing what's happening. It's crashing and burning.
Well, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm sorry, a little distracted. I'm reading comments at the same time, and according to Edwin, Casey lost.
I wouldn't ask my dentist to do heart surgery. So, that's what they're trying to do. Is they're trying to get child support lawyers and civil lawyers to prosecute murders and things like that. You just can't do it.
Crime has got to be Guam's number one problem. Methamphetamine-driven crime, 95% of everything that they're seeing in the police department. It's just absolutely cringeworthy. And something needs to be done. I know that there are distinctions in the way you view some of these clients into the system. I know that there's distinctions about what ought to be done with them. I'm going to try to be an old tough on crime kind of guy. Recognize that there are times where we might need to be able to help somebody out, give them the drug court, give them an opportunity to turn their lives around. But it just seems to me that there are so few of them that are willing to do that or capable of doing it. And we've got to find a way to protect our society from them. So I hope whoever wins this attorney general's race, I hope that this is something that they can look at, working with the police department, working with the federal government, finding ways that we might be able to rid the scourge of crystal meth from our island. Got to be the priority, bro.
I have big plans, so give me a chance. We've seen what the other two has done, and it's been crash and burn. All right?
Yeah, but I know you should have said that back in June when they were putting together the primary. You should have run for attorney general then.
Well,
I know water under the bridge, but it's that much trickier to do if you're coming in as a write-in for anything, and you know that. But anyway,
remember, one choice, two choice, three choice. Everybody loves three choice.
It's my favorite. 942. You have a great day. Appreciate it. There's Pete Santos, write-in candidate, and I'd ask Doug the same question. I mean, it didn't need to go to them. Hell, I would have asked Klitsky the question if he was in town. Hey, looks like a tactical move there on the part of the client in the Jerry Kitchen case. 942 on the Ray Gibson Show. Is that Jack on the phone? Yo, buddy, what's up?
Hey, Rayman, how's it going? Hey, Nissan's waiting for you to co-sign my new car, my new Infinity model. So
You don't need a co-pilot, bro. Come on, your credit's got to be way better than mine. Mine is in suck mode and has been for a while.
my credit score is like the car score, man. It doesn't matter. But anyways, I was listening to Docomo, and I noticed they added, it's not just sales anymore, it's sales engineer. I mean, just because you add a word to your description doesn't change the definition. It's just like adding...
No. Let me. Okay, disclosure. Obviously, there's a client. They're clients, but I know one of the guys that's in here is a sales engineer, and he's literally an outside guy. And you need to have that every once in a while because look, I'm in sales, I'm in marketing. Yeah, I can make this work for you. But these are the guys that go, no. This is the way it works in the real world. This is what we're going to hook you up with. You got to have somebody with technical skills, is what I'm saying.
Just because you add a word such as engineer doesn't make them an engineer. It's just like adding the word doctor to Dr. Ron McNinch. It doesn't make them a physician. So anyways...
Well, wait a second. He's never said he was a physician. He's a different kind of doctor.
Well, working backwards, I heard Ron speaking, and, the reason why he wants a debate and he wants Pete Santos, because it messes up with his statistical equation. It removes or adds an unknown variable, makes the math complicated. If you want to know, just look back at the 2016 election when he was on KUAM, and the camera panned to him to see what his reaction is to the results of the 2016 senatorial election. And he said, "Hey, Ron, can you explain this? Because it went against your polling data." And he just looked at the camera like a lost deer. So, there's things that about early voting. I said back when they started this that it only favors one party, the Democratic Party. And when you have something that favors one party, that should be removed from the voting and election process because it just favors one party. And, another thing is I heard you about the food because I was driving home, just got home. I don't know why Monday you want to gaslight me. But the Raiders aren't playing, so my 1-4 Raiders aren't playing, so I just wanted to get it off my chest. When it comes to food expiration, prior to the Wuhan virus, Payless did not have an expiration section. In fact, they had one before, then they removed it because myself, I'm the one person that goes in there and I shop I love anchovies. But I'm not going to pay $5 a can for a small. So I just wait for it to expire. And once it expires, I would buy it all off the shelf. I'd buy the whole inventory off the shelf. Well, they quit doing it. I loaded it into my cart. Not my cart, but my basket. I brought it up to the front, and they said, "Oh, sorry, sir, we're no longer selling expired products." And I said, "What?" He says, "Yeah, it's a consumer problem." I said, "Wait a second. You were selling it before. Now you're not selling it. Okay, fine." They took everything off the shelf. And then after when the pandemic started, they brought back the expiration section, which in Dedido is that little cubby hole in the corner. So it seems like the Wuhan virus, science only matters when it happens to be in your side of the court. For once, just be on the consumer's side. And even Dr. Poole, just be on the consumer side for once in a while. We want products that we paid for. If we paid for a product that says that this is the best fresh, and just like the bread, the day-old bread, we go in there. Most of us that are frugal, we buy the day-old bread. It doesn't matter to us. We just put it in. But for products, for us, we should not demand less than what we pay for. So if we're paying for stuff that has born on dates or something like that, I understand Europe is doing things different. Europe also is putting security tags on their food. What? We had this time when we kept the Spam and the corned beef behind lock and key.
Yes.
In New York City, they have stores there that everything is behind lock and key. So we're moving into a different time and stuff like that, but we should not demand less from our product and our consumption. People should start speaking out for consumer rights.
Well, should be an office at the Attorney General's place where they focus specifically on that.
and we know you and me have this back and forth about who is responsible for the red mark being removed on the eggs. I urge you to look back at the bill. It was Senator Lujan who sponsored that bill, and it was Senator Calvo that co-sponsored it.
I see.
Regardless of what happens in office politics, whether he got twisted or something, what matters at the end of the day is what's on paper. And when it's on paper, he was the main sponsor. Eddie Calvo was a co-sponsor.
Then I stand corrected. They can both take credit for it. How's that?
Okay. And then another thing, I heard you have Uncle Carl on the radio. You should have asked him about the Guam homestead, because that was a great idea he had. What I'm concerned about is this, and is this stories coming out about GVB and him against the Camacho campaign and stuff like that. Yeah, if something would fall on Eddie on Camacho, I'm the first one to call it out. Something falls on Calvo, I'm the first one to call it out, because I'm one of those independents, but I do lean conservative 99% of the time. Yeah. But you just need to look at the figures from Korea and stuff like that. Their tourism, their exit tourism, or their traveling tourists went up 600%. I mean, that had nothing to do with GVD's COVID policy. They changed their COVID policy in February of 2022. So, I don't mind if he combats the issue of whether 21 million or whatever million was spent, and whether or not it was spent.
Well, he says it wasn't 20 million; it was $6.5 million, and a significant amount of that, I forget what the actual number is, went to providing vaccination for the Koreans and the Japanese.
Yeah, but the increase of Korean comes from Korea itself and the programs that they were promoting, such as not only that.
So who gets to take credit for? I mean, I hear this. Whether GVB is going to get credit whether there's tourists or not. You know what I mean?
But causation, you need to link the correlation to causation. And so where he lost me, or Uncle Carl lost me, is when he started saying, the increase of spending was because of the PCR testing, when it's not, okay? You cannot just throw figures out there and say, because...
Wait, hold on. If you've got a family, if you've got a husband and wife that are traveling, and it's $150 each for the tests on the way out, there's $300 that they were able to save that could get spent in this community at Moses, and at where we got to go rent a car, maybe stay longer, stay another day. I'm just saying that there's you want to talk about causation. If they're spending less money, my guess is they didn't take that extra $300 back to Korea with them.
Korea did not quit when the Omicron came up. They quit with the testing in February of this year. So you need to link some numbers to it, and
why were there still so many Koreans lining up for the tests if they weren't required?
Well, if it's free, what are you going to do?
Well, just because something's free doesn't mean I'm going to stand in line and wait 3 hours for the results. Come on, Jack.
There was no need for PCR testing on the way back.
Then why were they still getting tested? Just tell them because they give this. Here's a free test.
Well, maybe they were going to another destination. Who knows? But it doesn't. You need to correlate the two.
All right.
You cannot just throw something out there when other information is available from the home country.
Yeah, we also know it's true for the Japanese.
Tourism.
All right, Jack, I got to run. I'll talk to you pretty soon.
One more thing.
No.
One more thing.
Quick.
Okay. Have a good day.
My buddy. You have a great one yourself. 9:52, the Kenvict is coming up next. Stay there.
Half a day. This is Claire Manglonia from Security Title. A power of attorney can be a useful tool in a real estate transaction, but if abused, it can result in devastating loss. Choosing your representative should be done with the utmost care and should be very specific about the powers being granted. To mitigate loss, the team at Security Title confirms with the owner prior to using a power of attorney to sell the property. Each transaction is unique. Let the professionals at Security Title use our experience to facilitate a secure closing. We are here to help.
Tell me about it, stud.
Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Festival is back on Saturday, October 22nd. We rockin' and rollin' at the
Pusatani Guam Resort from 2 to 10 p.m. Bring your friends and come dressed in your best Grease costume to win up to $500 in cash and prizes. So bust out those leather jackets and 50-style outfits as we party the night away at Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Fest. Don't be a square. Get your tickets now at craftbeerfestguam.com or cruise on by any 76 Circle K location. Now that's cool, baby.
We're already Pika's best radio station,
and we want to keep it that way. Voting for Pika's best radio station is on and underway. If you've already voted for The Point, thank you. If not, there's still time to get yours in. We're honored that many of you have nominated us again, and we'll keep looking for ways to keep you informed, up to date, and entertained. Fox News, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Tall Tales with Bob Klitsky and all the great talk shows from around the USA. Tell a friend and share your votes with all The Point's super advertisers. Thanks from all the stations of choice broadcasting. So what have I got? 9:53. I've not yet annoyed people by giving up football scores yet, so I might as well get some of that in right about now while I'm thinking about it. Do I have any finals? Yeah. It's the Commanders over the Bears, 12-7. Oh, that was Friday's game. You know about that one already. The Ravens and the Giants. Giants won that one 24-20. Yes, I'm doing scores. Blink your ears if you can't handle. It was 34-27. The Colts over the Jags here this morning. Patriots beat the Browns handy, 38-15. I got the Bengals over the Saints, 30-26. Oh, that won't make Keena happy. I got how about this? The Steelers beat the Buccaneers by a couple of points here, 20-18. Bengals over the Saints, 30-26. How about this? The Steelers stole it from the Buccaneers, another 20-18 there on that one. Let me see here. Falcons, that's how it's pronounced, beat the 49ers 28-14. And all of the pure-blood 49er fans are shedding a tear here this morning. Oh, big game here. Jets and the Packers. Jets won that one 27-10. I got the Vikings over the Dolphins 24-16. I see the Rams ended up beating the Panthers 24-10. Is it lights out for Carolina now? Is
wow,
that,
man.
Yeah, 24-10 on that game. Seahawks squeaked by the Cardinals here, 19-9. I got the Bills and the Chiefs. This is the one everybody was looking at, right? Because it's the one with Brady.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, magic hands didn't work today. 24-20. A couple of games still on tap. Cowboys against the Eagles later on. In fact, about an hour from now, tomorrow, 10:15, they'll open the doors over at Carabao, and you'll be able to check out the Broncos-Chargers game. 9:55. Do I have enough time for Ken here on this one?
You do.
All right. Good morning, Ken. Oh, tomorrow's going to be super exciting. We've got a football game tomorrow, and then after that, we've got the oversight hearing at the legislature on the new hospital.
Yep, that's going to be really exciting. But, I was listening to you talking with Peter Santos, and it reminded me that, a week and a half ago, I filed a complaint against the governor with the Attorney General's office. Mm-hmm. And remember, at the Attorney General debate, Levin Camacho told us that he was going to be equally strong representing the people of Guam. He was going to defend the people of Guam against abuse from the government as he was defending the government. And here we are every single day last week, and I left a message with the Attorney General's office requesting a status update on my complaint. I haven't gotten them.
Well, what's the nature of the complaint? You're spending too much. What did she do?
The governor violated the Organic Act of Guam, and she violated Guam Code Annotated when she authorized the issuance of $600 million of general obligation bonds. And, no one has denied it. No one has provided me with any proof that it never happened. I get crickets from Gita. I get crickets from the governor's office. I have to go to court, and they are still dragging their feet on responding to the court. So I went to the Attorney General's office with all my evidence signed by the governor herself, proving that she did what I said she did. And we still haven't gotten any response from Adelut, Gita, or the Attorney General's office now. So, this is something that is consistent.
I forgot. It's a long weekend. What did the governor spend that money on?
She borrowed $600 million to loan it to an anonymous nonprofit in Delaware so that they can spend $600 million to buy Guam Regional Medical Center from themselves.
Well, that's interesting.
So, Yeah, so you take a $315 million investment, you buy it for $600 million, and then you leave taxpayers holding the bag is the way it looks. So in addition to the $2.4 billion we're going to be talking about tomorrow, it looks like the governor has set up taxpayers to also pay $600 million for Guam Regional at the same time.
That was the what do they call that, that bond, the PIB?
They call it a private activity bond, but you know what the documentation says?
Yeah.
It says, authorize the issuance of $600 million of general obligation bond signed Lourdes A. Leon Guerrero, governor.
Yeah, that's odd that there would be any money coming from the government. Generally, it doesn't work like that.
Well, you know, that's why I have been trying for 6 months to get the paperwork, because it's the same thing. You know, you and I go about this with GRRP. They say it's a private activity bond. Then you read the documents. No, it's not a private activity bond. It's general obligation bonds. And GRRP will reimburse the government of Guam for the payment of principal and interest. That's not a private activity bond.
It was the last time I looked at the paperwork that came out of GRRP, but you're going to confuse everybody with the talk about GRRP at the same time as you're saying GRMC. Now, I know people over at GRMC, and I think they'd be willing to, on the record, tell me what their plans are vis-a-vis the government of Guam. Why would the government of Guam buy themselves another hospital? They suck at running the one that we've got now.
Yeah, I would think so too, but the whole point is I cannot send a FOIA over to GRMC because FOIA is not GRMC is not a government entity. They're not required to respond to government, the open government laws, the way Guam Memorial, GITA, and the governor.
You mean the way Guam Memorial did when they had you arrested?
Yeah, just like that. So, you know, we're looking at, people with nothing to hide nothing. You know, the fact that the government, the GITA, the governor's office, and
you got to wrap it up. Got to wrap it up. I got seconds away from the top of the hour. We'll maybe go over this tomorrow if I get inspired. I'll see you soon. Ken LG, Ken on the radio here with 93.3 KUSG. Hagutnya. We're headquarters for Fox News, and we're about to prove it right about now.
3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Fox News. With the midterm elections fast approaching, rising crime rates in the Big Apple is a key issue there.
Crime in New York City is up more than 31% over the past 5 years, according to the NYPD. That includes murder, rape, and robbery. Those are pretty alarming numbers, and they're one of the main topics driving voters to the polls here in New York. In the latest Marist College poll, Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul leading Republican Congressman Lee Zeldin by 10 percentage points. But among likely voters, that lead narrows to just 8.
Fox's Alexis McAdams in New York City. A new Fox News poll found that inflation and crime are the two key issues for Americans. The mayor of Stockton, California, says his city is resting easier after the arrest of a man suspected of killing 6 men and wounding a woman in a series of shootings since April of last year.
You know, police say that 43-year-old Wesley Brownlee, he is a Stockton resident. He was out looking for more victims when they made that arrest on Saturday. Police had gotten a tip on Crime Stoppers that he might be the suspect, so they had his home under surveillance. When he drove away, police stayed back, but they followed, and then they realized he was looking for another victim.
Fox's William Lajeunesse. The bird flus forced the closure of several exhibits at a Nebraska zoo.
The closures at Omaha's Henry Dorley Zoo came after one of its pelicans died from the highly pathogenic avian bird flu. The zoo also said a second pelican became ill on Friday and was euthanized. The Omaha Zoo is one of many zoos across the country that's taken extra precautions to protect their birds from the virus, as the outbreak has begun to make a resurgence this fall. More than 47 million chickens and turkeys have been slaughtered already this year to limit the spread.
Fox's Ted Linder. The Coast Guard says almost 100 people, mostly from Haiti, who were rescued from an overcrowded boat off the Florida coast last week, had no food or water for 2 days. America is listening to Fox News.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy